Good afternoon, good evening, I should say. Welcome to the regular city council meeting. Today is February the 18th. The time is 6:09. Madam Clerk?
Mayor Douglas Lawson,
Here.
Chairperson Shirley Lanier,
Here.
Chair Pro Tem Kashama Miller Anderson,
Present.
Councilperson Bruce Guyton,
Here.
Councilperson Glenn Spears,
Here.
Councilperson Priscilla Davis Panier,
Here.
City Manager Jonathan Evans, City Clerk Deborah Hall is present, City Attorney Don Nguyen.
Here.
Madam Chair, you have a quorum, you may proceed.
Thank you. We'll have a moment of silence followed by the Pledge of Allegiance by our Vice Chair, Will Anderson. I pledge allegiance to the flag
Of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you. Do we have any additions, deletions, or substitutions for the
Madam Chair,
items on the agenda this evening? Yes, go ahead.
yeah, I'd like to add the beach polo onto the agenda.
And what is that?
Singer Island Beach Polo event,
Beach polo event?
yes.
Madam Chair.
Just one second, sir.
Okay.
We can add that. We can add that during our regular agenda. You can make that 12, Madam Clerk?
Item 12B,
Well,
12B. We already on 12B.
okay, very good, 12B.
You got one?
Yes, go ahead, sir.
I'd like to add the mayor's report.
Mayor's report?
Yes,
Okay, we'll add that as 12C.
okay, that'll be fine.
Madam Chair,
Yes, sir.
if we can pull the proclamation for Betty Kendricks off of the agenda, please. Ms. Kendricks was not available to attend, and if we could just send prayers to her family, and then hopefully add this for the March agenda. Which is 6B, Madam Chair.
6B? Okay,
Thank you,
I'll
Madam Chair.
take that one
We'll
off.
pull
And I'm
that.
also going to delete 6D because my individual is not here to accept either. So we'll put both of those at the March agenda.
Madam Chair?
Yes, go ahead, sir.
If we can, I do have a tribute for Reverend Jesse Jackson, a proclamation. Can we add that to the agenda in place of 6D?
Okay. We'll have that as 6E because we already have those listed, so.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Any other items to be added to the, or deleted from the agenda? A motion to approve the agenda as amended?
So moved.
Second.
Madam Clerk?
Councilperson Davis Panier,
Yes.
Councilperson Guyton,
Yes,
Councilperson Miller Anderson,
Yes.
I'm sorry, Chair Pro Tem Miller Anderson, my apologies. Councilperson Spiritus,
Yes.
Chairperson Lanier. Chairperson Lanier,
Yes.
that's a unanimous vote.
I also need to add that for the staff and for the council, are there any disclosures in regards to any of the items that are listed on the agenda this evening?
okay, Madam Chair.
Yes, go ahead, sir.
Yes, I spoke to a representative associated with the Turnberry project.
Okay,
Madam Clerk,
Yes.
Madam Chair,
yes, go ahead.
also the same for me for the Turnberry project.
Madam Chair,
Yes, go ahead.
yeah, I spoke with the Turnberry people months ago.
Okay.
Sure.
Yes, go ahead.
I spoke with someone representing them a while ago too.
Thank you. Let's move on to our consent agenda. All matters listed on this item are considered to be routine and action will be taken by one motion. There will be no separate discussion of these items unless a council person so requests, in which event the item will be removed from the general order of business and considered in its normal sequence on the agenda. Are there any objections to approving the one item that is listed on the consent?
Madam Chair,
Yes, go
we
ahead.
do have one public comment card on the consent item.
Okay, very good. Could we-
Acceptance of cards is closed.
Okay,
Robert Silva,
Mr. Mayor, the board, thank you for the time. I just wanted to speak up. My dad, a longtime fireman out of Boston, retired, died of his injuries from the fire department over time. I really want the board to be positive on additional funds for the fire department at 100%, and please consider that, and I'd appreciate your time.
thank you, sir. Motion to approve,
So moved.
resolution number 2326.
So moved.
Second.
Second. Madam Clerk?
Councilperson Davis Penier,
Yes.
Councilperson Guyton,
Yes.
Chair Pro Tem Miller Anderson,
Yes.
Councilperson Spiritus,
Yes.
Chairperson Lanier,
Yes.
unanimous vote.
Can we move to our awards and presentations, Madam Clerk?
Madam Chair, we are on item 6A under awards and presentations, Emerging Leaders Spotlight.
Thank you, Ms. Davis. Councilperson Davis Penier will provide this presentation.
Good evening. Would Morgan Watkins and her parent please come forward? Please give her a hand. She is our emerging leader for February 2026. Her mother is Dr. Latoya Newby. It is with great pride and heartfelt congratulations that we recognize Morgan Watkins as the City of Riviera Beach's February Emerging Leader. Morgan exemplifies academic excellence, leadership, and service. As an international baccalaureate student at Suncoast High School, she demonstrates discipline and dedication in her studies while actively participating in football, basketball, competitive cheerleading, and track. Her ability to balance rigorous academics with athletics reflects remarkable resilience, responsibility, and determination. Beyond her accomplishments in the classroom and on the field, Morgan is deeply committed to her community of Riviera Beach. She actively participates in the Youth Empowerment Program here in Riviera Beach. She is a member of the Alpha Kappa Alpha Sorority Incorporated 20 Pearls Mentoring Program and serves faithfully in the IT ministry at her church. Through these efforts, she continues to uplift and inspire those around her. Morgan is known for her kindness, creativity, leadership, and compassionate heart. And I'm glad to say that I've been able to see her at work at several events in the community. With aspirations to become a lawyer and work within the criminal justice system as an advocate for those in need, Morgan is already laying the foundation for a future dedicated to justice and positive impact. On behalf of the City of Riviera Beach, Ms. Morgan Watkins, we celebrate you and your accomplishments, your leadership, and your bright future. We are proud to honor you as our February Emerging Leader. Let's stand and give her a round of applause again. Thank you.
Three, two, one. Great job.
Thank you, Councilperson Davis Panier. The next item, Madam Clerk?
Madam Chair, we are on item 6C, Mayor's Black History Month Award Presentation.
Mayor?
Thank you, Madam Chair. And it is such an honor because of my emerging leader, I need her to come right back to the front, Ms. Morgan Watkins and Ms. Zion Gamthy. Is both of them here? So I do want to acknowledge and honor these two young people. I'm not sure if Zion, she should be on the way. These two young people presented at an oratorical contest here in Palm Beach County. And I'm honored to say that Ms. Morgan Watkins, who is an emerging leader, received first place at the Palm Beach County Oratorical Contest. So please give it up for this young lady. And the other Suncoast grad who just ran in here received second place. So give it up for Ms. Zion as well. In addition to them receiving a first and second place, on behalf of me personally, as an individual, I'm going to be contributing a donation to these young people's success, where it'll be a $500 contribution to Ms. Morgan and a $250 contribution to her from Douglas Lawson. So congrats to you guys. So we talk about Black history, and the reason, Council, that I wanted to acknowledge Black history is because this is the history of our community. Black history we celebrate, most of us celebrate year-round. There's a month that we celebrate it as this community, as this country. But this community needs to celebrate the history we have. We start with the future, which is our young people. I also want to talk about our present. At our Restoring the Village session last week, we were honored to give out certificates to many leaders from the community. And I believe I have them here tonight, and I want to acknowledge them as well. If I can have the Edwards Raw Academics come to the front. Ricky Akins and the entire team from the Hope Dealers. Ms. Pamela here, Pamela Toussaint. She was one of our honorees and awardees. Ms. Pamela Toussaint, Ultimate Image Coach. She's done a lot with our housing program. So please give it up for Ms. Pamela Toussaint. And Unique and Cheryl Melvin, Sincere 2000. So this is what our present looks like. This is what history looks like. This is what our legacy looks like. These are individuals that are working within the community. These are ones that's putting the work in to really dedicate to service, to leadership, and to the future. When it comes to education, when it comes to mental health, and when it comes to support. This is what our present currently looks like, and I just had to acknowledge and honor them and give them all 30 seconds to just tell the community about what they do.
First of all, thank you, Mayor. Thank you to our wonderful council. We just want to say that Raw Academic Services is here, not just in Riviera Beach, for the entire Palm Beach County. We don't only just provide academic services, but we provide opportunity to our youth to access wealth, not just financial wealth, but mental wealth and behavioral wealth. Thank you, guys.
My name is Ricky Aiken, and I'm the founder and executive director of Inner City Innovators, AKA the Hope Dealers. And this past year, we got to celebrate our 10th anniversary as a nonprofit. And I remember it was 5 years ago when Councilwoman Lanier invited us into this city to work with young people most likely to perpetrate or be victimized by gun violence. Well, I'm proud to announce that also in this past year, not only have we achieved accreditation, but we've also passed our first audit. And these are all things that I thought were beyond me as a young man that dropped out of high school myself and was on the same journey that many of the young people we work with were on. But I had people believe in me before I could believe in myself. So I want to first and foremost thank Councilwoman Lanier, Mayor Doug Lawson for continuing to believe in us, and the city for wrapping their arms around me. I've received more love and support from the leaders in this city than I have from my own city. And I want to appreciate y'all for that. I love y'all for that. And I'm going to continue to pay it forward for the trust that you put in my team and I. Thank you.
Hello, everybody. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Thank you, Mayor Lawson, to the council, Mr. Evans. As you know, we're Sincere 2000 Foundation, mental health awareness and suicide prevention. We lost our 17-year-old to suicide in 2018. And when I tell you that Riviera Beach has stood behind us and stood in the paint for what we need to give back to the community, what we have to give back to our children, and for that, we just want to say thank you. Because you didn't have to do it, but you see that there's a need within the community and within our children. And the way that you pour into the foundation and how you help us to make sure that we are able to spread awareness and give back and let people know that sometimes it's okay not to be okay. We really appreciate that, because a lot of times the stigma that's attached to mental illness, the stigma that's attached to suicide, you never know when you find yourself, a loved one, in a situation where you might just have to cry out for help. So we want to make sure that we continue to cry as loud as we can, and we let the people of Riviera Beach and surrounding areas know that Sincere 2000 is here. We're here to help you, and that the city of Riviera Beach is the backing and the backbone behind us. Thank you.
And also thank you so much. Also like to add, the more people that we work with, the more people that we can reach. And I really appreciate Riviera Beach for being the forefront, and Mayor Lawson, also our city manager, and all the council people. I really appreciate y'all, but we still have a lot of work to do. Thank you so much.
So these are the workers, the leaders, the community, that what actually drives our city and pushes our city forward. But we couldn't do it without the foundation. So it's truly an honor and a privilege that I stand tonight as the mayor of this great city, because we have a living legend in the community. Somebody that has paved the way, that has set the foundation and shown us how to actually really be servant leaders. So I please need everybody to stand and honor, for the first time, giving a key to the city, to the great Mr. Dan Calloway.
Please forgive me if I say something that you dislike. I'm saying that before I say it, because nothing gonna keep me from saying what I gotta say. I'm honored, and it's a privilege, especially being in your hometown, and I'm 87 years of age, and August 18th, I'll be 88. I'm glad I'm here tonight because you've honored me so many times, and I feel bad about it because I know so many other people should be up here rather than me, but they're not old as me. But I represent Herman McCray, Don Wilson, Clark Martin, and Johnny Carlisle. 64 years ago, when I was working at Goodmark Park, just back from Europe and in the Army, and I was told I need to be here to work with the kids and teach them things that I learned from other people as an athlete. But I got into politics because everybody wanted me to be in there, and I wanted to be in there. I wanted to be on the front row and fight. I want you to know, as a commissioner and the mayor and the city manager, that may be the hardest job in Palm Beach County. That's not an easy job. You cannot please everybody. You can't win it all, but you can do your best and ask God to do the rest, and you'll never have any problem about it. As long as you do your best. And I think that the city is in good hands. I think that you're doing an outstanding job. As long as people don't come in here and try to persuade you to do it their way. I will never come before the council in the public. You've never heard me do that. But I will sit in the background and talk to the city managers and all the elected officials, because that's my right, because I'm a taxpayer. But let nobody tell you how to do your job. If they want to do it better, let them get in the race and we'll vote for them. We ask all these things in God's name. Be aware that it's the end of Black History Month. We just lost a great man, Jesse Jackson, who was a friend of mine. Please pray for the family and pray for the people who need help. Your job is to find a way how to take care of the least, the lost, and the left out. I ask all these things of you in God's name. Amen.
And thank you to the board for indulging and allowing for us to celebrate what history looks like. This is the first time Mr. Calloway's been honored with the key to the city, but we want to make sure that we give the flowers to the leaders while we can, while they're here. So thank you to the board.
Madam Clerk, can we go to the next item, please?
Madam Chair, we are on item 6E, proclamation tribute to Reverend Jesse L. Jackson Sr.
Thank you, Madam Chair. We do have a dear friend of Mr. Reverend Jesse Jackson here. Bishop Masters, if you can, please come read this proclamation.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and to Madam Chair, and to all the elected officials in your respective place. In my haste to get here on time to read the proclamation as a tribute in honor of Reverend, I call him Reverend, a very close friend of mine, and needless to say, I'll be in Chicago in a couple weeks for the service. We will have a celebration here prior to the service. So in my haste, I left my reading glasses, so I had to borrow some from somebody. So if anybody got a better pair, bring it on. I'm gonna do the best I can. From the office of the Honorable Mayor Douglas Lawson, from the city of Riviera Beach, Palm Beach County, Florida. I'm going to ask my good friend, Hank Harper to come and stand with me because he was there with Reverend when he came here to Riviera and West Palm. Hank, there you go. Give him a hand as he comes. He was on the line with us. This is a little challenging for me. We'll make it. Whereas the city of Riviera Beach proudly recognizes the extraordinary life and legacy of Reverend Jesse L. Jackson Sr., a tireless champion for civil rights, economic justice, voting rights, and human dignity. Whereas Reverend Jackson, as founder and president of the Rainbow Push Coalition, dedicated his entire life to empowering the undeserved communities, advocating for equal opportunity, and building bridges across racial, social, and economic divides.
Whereas Reverend Jackson worked alongside the Reverend Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. during the Civil Rights Movement, carrying forward the torch of nonviolent activism, expanding the movement's reach to address systematic inequality across America. And whereas through the historic presidential campaign and decades of public service, Reverend Jackson inspired millions to believe in the power of civic engagement, the promise of democracy, and the fundamental principles that all people deserve and respect equal protection under the laws. And whereas his enduring message of hope, keep hope alive, continues to resonate across generations, encouraging communities to organize, uplift one another, and to strive for justice and unity. And whereas the Reverend Jackson visited Palm Beach County during the time of the controversial 2000 U.S. presidential recount between George W. Bush and Al Gore, where he spoke and marched in West Palm Beach and was invited by former Mayor Bishop Thomas Masters and marched in West Palm Beach to speak at the New Macedonia Missionary Baptist Church at the rally to count the vote. And whereas the city of Riviera Beach honors leaders whose courage, conviction, and commitment to service reflect the very best of our nation's ideals and inspire our residents to pursue progress through peaceful action and collective responsibility.
Now therefore, I, Douglas Lawson, Mayor of the city, do hereby proclaim a profound appreciation and recognition of Reverend Jesse Jackson, Sr., for his lifetime of leadership, advocacy, unwavering dedication, and advancing equality and community for all. Be it further proclaimed, the city of Riviera Beach calls upon our residents to join in celebrating Reverend Jackson's enduring legacy and recommitting ourselves to the principles of justice, unity, and service to our community. Set this hand on the seal, the 18th of February, 2026, City of Riviera Beach Proclamation. Thank you. Thank you, Board.
Reverend would have me to have you to repeat after me. Keep hope alive.
Thank you so much for that recognition of Dr. Reverend Jesse Jackson. Madam Clerk, we go to our next item, please.
Madam Chair, we are on item 8, number 8. Item 8A, under ordinances on second and final reading, ordinance number 4303, an ordinance of the City Council of the City of Riviera Beach, Palm Beach County, Florida, approving a zoning amendment from single family to downtown core, submitted by Bush Canvas and Interiors Inc. Excuse me, for the purpose of constructing additional parking spaces and expanding operations at 2428 Broadway in the city of Riviera Beach, identified by property control number 564342 2829 000 0020 providing for an effective date and for other purposes. Madam Chair, we have one public comment card on this item. The acceptance of cards is closed.
So moved.
Second.
Mr. Evans?
Madam Chair, members of the board, if I could have the Director of Development Services, Mr. Clarence Sermons, to make this presentation.
Thank you, Mr. Manager. Good evening, Madam Chair, members of council, and Madam Attorney. This item is back before you as the previous action taken on it was rescinded so that an error could be corrected in the header. That has since been done and it's been properly noticed for action tonight for adoption. Staff is here if there are any questions on the item.
Before staff has any questions, Madam Clerk, could we get the public comment card, please?
Lloyd Brown.
Now, if I get this wrong, and you don't like what I'm saying, just like Ms. Calloway said, okay, you want to rezone these family places and rezone it for something else. You've been doing it all the while. I mean, after a while, the people in Riviera Beach, we're going to be way over there by 95 because eventually you're going to sell us out. And that's all I call it. And the family homes that you built, that you let the people build in here, those places like 250,000 or more. And this is Riviera Beach. And I really enjoy y'all celebrating like what the man did who died. But you know what? Looking around me, I don't see no improvements in Riviera Beach. And this is Black History Month. And that's all it is about is the name. Y'all people up here need to do more than what you're doing, honestly. You know what? Me, if I had to vote for y'all again, you know what I'd rather do? I'd rather drink muddy water and sleep in a hollowed out log. Because you people, I mean, honestly. See, I got to talk to everybody so the people know that I'm not talking about them.
But your comment, sir, has to be about Bush.
Well, it's
Harris.
about that. You talking about zoning, right? So I'm saying you're going to
No,
zone us out of here.
It's not
What's
about
the
zoning.
difference? You always come in and interrupt
not
an
about
individual.
zoning,
You
sir.
know what? Your mouth's so big, I can put my head in there with my hat on. I'm gonna sit down.
It is about parking spaces. Thank you, sir. Thank you for your comments, sir. Thank you for your comments. Are there any issues from the board in regards to this item? Madam Clerk?
Councilperson Davis Penier.
Yes.
Councilperson Guyton.
Yes.
Chair Pro Tem Miller Anderson.
Yes.
Councilperson Spiritus.
Yes.
Chairperson Lanier.
Yes.
That's a unanimous vote.
Next item?
Madam Chair, we are on item number 9. Item 9A under ordinances on first reading. Ordinance number 4279, an ordinance of the City Council of the City of Riviera Beach, Palm Beach County, Florida, approving a zoning code text amendment requested by applicant HHC Senior Island LLC to amend Division 9 RM-20 High Density Multifamily Dwelling District, Section 31-243, parent 5, parent E, minimum building setbacks to provide for a fee in lieu of required open space, providing for applicability, conflict, severability, and codification, and providing for an effective date. Madam Chair, we do have comment cards on this item. The acceptance of the cards is closed.
How many you have for that?
We have 7 public comment cards.
Thank you. Mr. Evans?
Board, if I can have the Director of Development Services.
Well, I'm
Mr.
sorry, wait, excuse me, Mr. Manager. Are we going to carry a motion one way or the other like we normally do?
Yes. So
Motion to
moved.
approve ordinance number 4279.
Second.
Okay.
Very good. Thank you, sir.
Okay.
Mr. Evans?
Madam Chair, members of the board, if I could have the Director of Development Services, Mr. Clarence Sermons, to make this presentation.
Thank you. Good evening again. The item before you today has been on the agenda before. However, this is the first time you would have heard the details in the staff presentation related to it. This is a applicant-initiated text amendment proposed for the city's land development code. Staff has been working with the applicant for quite some time on what they are proposing. There are 2 components to it, a text amendment as well as a site plan. Staff will provide you in this presentation a summary of the analysis that went into our evaluation of this application so that council can have all of the facts and the background information in order to make a decision on the proposed text amendment. The applicant is present this evening and they have a presentation as well related to the text amendment that they are proposing. And I will proceed into the presentation with that. The text amendment to be considered is for the RM20 zoning district. There are 4 locations in the city that currently have this zoning designation. The primary concentration of this zoning district is on Singer Island along the ocean front. However, there is a cluster of properties on the intercoastal in RM20, one on Martin Luther King, thank you, and then one recently rezoned to RM20 on Military Trail. The majority of the properties in this district are already developed. The applicant is requesting a text amendment to the section of the city zoning code to modify the high-rise setback requirement. This amendment aims to facilitate the development of high-density buildings on properties that are relatively narrow, and we're talking less than 200 or 175 feet. So quite generally, a building setback can be illustrated by the image here. The black line is indicative of a property boundary. The building is outlined in orange. This is the buildable area. And these arrows outline the distance between the property line and where the vertical building begins. And that is the basis of what a setback is referring to in zoning. Currently in the RM20 zoning district.
Yes, go ahead.
Director, so you're referring to the existing zoning right now?
Yes, this is what's currently set up in the code and how setbacks are defined in planning.
Thank you.
Currently, in this zoning district, RM20, the minimum setback is 20 feet from the property line for the side. This zoning district also has an additional setback for high rises. And these are any buildings above 2 floors have to provide additional setback at the rate of 2 feet for every floor above the 2nd floor. For relatively narrow lots, this can prohibit vertical development of significance. And so to instantiate that, if a building is 3 floors, a property would have to provide the minimum 20-foot setback, but an additional 2 feet for that 3rd floor above the 2nd, for a total setback of 22 feet. And that is the high-rise setback and how it works. So it is in addition to the minimum setback.
Madam Chair?
Yes, go ahead.
So I just want to get this clear. So 20 feet and then an additional 2 feet per floor on top of that?
Per floor above the 2nd, yes.
Above the 2nd floor?
Yes.
Thank you.
The applicant is requesting a text amendment to this section governing the RM20 zoning district to modify the high-rise setback requirement. This amendment aims to facilitate the development of high-density buildings on properties that are relatively narrow. The text amendment would allow for the reduction of the enhanced high-rise setback in exchange for a payment into a open space trust fund that would be created to provide the Parks and Recreation Department additional resources to expand and maintain open space within the city. The minimum setback would remain 20 feet. And so again, since the additional open space would not be on site based on the current text, they would pay a fee in lieu, and that open space could be added or maintained elsewhere in the city. The fee in lieu would be equal to $50,000 for every quarter acre of open space that a high-rise development does not provide as required by the code section, with a minimum contribution of $100,000 to be paid per project into the open space trust fund that would be created by this text amendment. This proposed amendment would allow relatively narrow lots to develop high-rise structures that are functional while meeting the development potential of the properties. The proposed text amendment would not create a development pattern that's atypical to what already exists on Singer Island. And to illustrate that, I have several images of what's already built on Singer Island and the proposed development site here, highlighted in green. As you can see, there are, and as you are already aware, there are many high-rise towers already on Singer Island. The RM20 zoning district is our high-rise, high-density zoning district. So property owners in this district generally have an expectation to be able to do something high density. However, there are minimum development requirements. But again, as you can see from this skyline visual of Singer Island, there are many existing towers, and many of them are within a considerable proximity to one another.
Chair,
Yes, go ahead.
that was a very general statement you made, Mr. Director, that they're all in proximity. Are they 20 feet or more away from each other, or are they less?
I will identify that information in just a moment. Yeah, we have evaluated that component as well. This additional image shows the proposed tower in a vertical setting on the lot where it's proposed in scale with the existing towers in the area. And as you can see, it is not considerably different than other existing tower distances on the island, including this area and further south along the island.
Excuse me, Chair.
Yes, go ahead.
Are you trying to tell me from that photo that you just showed me that you think that this is the same as the distance between the buildings that you showed in that previous photo? Can you go back to that previous photo? These buildings, some of these buildings have 400 or 500 feet between them, maybe even more. So how are you telling me that this is similar to what already exists on Singer Island? I don't find that to be the fact. If you went down there and measured all the buildings, you'd find that this is a this is an anomaly. This is very different than what exists on Singer Island right now.
Madam Chair, during the staff evaluation, we have evaluated this, and it is on a later slide. We have conducted the measurements between the towers to make sure we are comparing what's currently on the ground versus what this proposes. And this is a rendering of the proposed structure on the lot in question.
Madam Chair,
Yes, go ahead.
if you could go back one slide, Mr. Sermons.
Yes.
I understand that there's a wider gap with the condos on the north end, but further on the south end, if you could use your pointer closer to Tierra, Amrit, Ritz, those seem to be blocked and bulked together. So I'm assuming that's where the percentage of, where the distance is between the condos. You have some that are very close and some that are far apart. So it would skew the total amount of distance if you just took a average of them. I mean, I'm not sure what the concern is with them being far apart or them closer apart, because we have the same thing on across the entire island, whether it's the south end or the north end.
I'll skip ahead to this slide because again, we wanted to make sure that council was aware of the facts before you are posed with this important decision. So on the table here, and I understand that it is small, we have looked at all of the lots on Singer Island in this zoning district. We've looked at the width of all of those lots, the distance of the towers from the setback, as well as the narrow lots, the distance between those towers to the adjacent towers, to make sure that we have a clear picture of the existing distances. So in the situations where the lots are narrow, less than 200 feet, they're highlighted on this table. There are 5 of them, one of them being the proposed development project site at 3930 North Ocean, and then 4 others that are less than 200 feet. And in those situations, the distance between the existing towers varies significantly. On the north side at the Condado property, there's 265 feet between that development and the next one to the north. To the south is 90 feet. One Singer Island, 115 feet between the towers to the north, 130 between them to the south. The Oasis, 98 feet between the towers to the north, and 20 feet between that tower and the property line, which is the County Beach Park. what's being proposed for this project and this text amendment is 113 feet to the north and 98 feet to the south. So again, that's the same distance between Oasis Singer Island and the tower to the north of it, and more distance between the Condado and the development to the south of it. So again, there are situations where we have existing towers that are close to one another in this zoning district, and additional ones even further south of this zoning district. So again, we took these measurements just to illustrate what the existing development pattern is on Singer Island. But
Gotcha.
there are at least 5 lots that are challenged by the additional high-rise setback as written right now. So it does become a question for future development in this current lot of if we want, if you want there to be an opportunity for narrow lots to have high-rise development, or if they would be regulated to or relegated to lower structures based on the width of those lots.
Madam Chair?
Very good. Yes, go ahead.
Okay, so if they did not get this change in the ordinance, would they be able to build something on this property?
Yes.
Can they build as of right a 16-story or a 20-story building?
As of right, no, because the setbacks could not be met as the code is written today.
Well, no, I'm not, I think you're not understanding what I'm saying. Could they redesign their building to build a 20-story building as of right?
I don't know that that's possible. Given the setbacks that will be required on the site, I don't believe so. But that is a technical question that engineers and architects would have to answer. But you're talking maybe 50, 60 feet wide for a high-rise structure. Generally, that's too narrow for something to be structurally sound.
Madam Chair?
Yes, go ahead.
Okay, so we have a lot of townhouses on the ocean front as well. The Martinique next door has a number of townhouses. Could they build townhouses on this lot?
On this site,
Yeah, and meet our code?
I believe they can on this site, yes.
Okay, so it would just be a different type of building. They wouldn't get a high-rise building, they would get a townhouse building.
Correct. And to that, I'm sorry, Madam through the Chair. And to that point, this is not a situation where the property owner does not have viable development rights. A low-density structure or development can be built there. However, a high-rise structure, and again, this is the high-density zoning district, a high-rise cannot be built based on the additional setbacks on several of the narrow properties in the zoning district. But there are uses that are there and viable.
Right. Madam Chair?
Yes, go ahead.
So you think that's the reason that they're not going for a variance and they're asking for a change in the zoning ordinance rather than saying they have a hardship? Because they don't have a hardship. They have the ability to build something on this property.
I would agree with that, yes.
Right? So it would be a self-induced hardship if they went for a variance and probably would be turned down because they have the ability to develop the site. Correct?
I would agree with that, yes.
Okay, so they're asking us now to change the entire zoning ordinance for the entire ocean front. Now, we've changed this ordinance a couple of times on the ocean front since it was developed. Some people may have received variances or whatever. Maybe they had a hardship. I don't know how the density was done in the south end of the island there, but I would assume that almost every new building has a 20-foot side yard. Is that correct?
I believe that's correct, not having measured every single lot, but the
Well, they have-
minimum
well, they-
for the zoning district is 20 feet. So
Will they have the 2 feet per floor?
I'm
In all
sorry.
these, do the buildings have 2 feet per floor above the second floor, as per our code?
Do they have 2 feet
Do they
above?
have 2 feet up for the side yard? Do they
Oh,
have
for the
2
set-
feet per floor, the new buildings that have been built recently?
Some
Or
of
did they
them-
receive variances or special exceptions? How would that have happened?
There have been some that have gotten variances and exceptions because of, some of the narrow lots are already developed, and some of those that are developed have gotten variances and other exceptions so that they can move forward. This text amendment would remove that and make it clear, a clear path forward for these types of lots.
Right, but it would also, but when you talk about a lot, when you say 5 lots, right, you're impacting 2 buildings for every one of those lots on both sides of that lot. It's not just that lot that's being impacted, it's the buildings that are next to that lot that are being impacted.
And when you say impact, you're saying if
Well, they're
something is
gonna have
developed there.
less of a side yard. You're asking 10 buildings right now based on your 5 lots, but there's gonna be more because we know that there's older buildings. One of them is for sale right now, the Sea Dunes is for sale, and we know that there's a developer negotiating right now. So you're gonna see older buildings. So we're changing the zoning right now for the entire oceanfront. This is not just one single lot that we're talking about. We're talking about the entire oceanfront of Singer Island and an impact on every single building pretty much on Singer Island. You know, we have 35 20-story plus buildings there already. You know, as you said earlier, this is infill development. This is not new development where you would change a whole code for that. This is strictly infill development. The zoning code has worked perfectly for the oceanfront. It was changed, I believe, once since we started the development there in the 70s, the major development in the 70s. It might have been changed once or twice, but we got to the point where everybody was comfortable. You know, we put that 2 feet per floor in there for a reason. Didn't just come out of the smoke. It was based, it was studied when we did the comprehensive plan for open space. It was studied when we did our zoning ordinances. We had workshops. We had public hearings, and we decided this is what we wanted. This is what the people were happy with on Singer Island. Now we're having a developer come to us and tell us that we should change our zoning so that he could build what he wants to build on this site, rather than working within the zoning code that already exists, and that he already has the ability to develop something on as per our code. Is that correct?
I'm sorry, could you repeat the question?
Right, so we have a developer now coming to us rather than going for a variance, asking us to change the entire zoning on the oceanfront of Singer Island so that they could build what they want to build rather than building within our code, which they have the ability to develop something within our code.
Yes, and through the chair, yes, this applicant cannot build the proposed development with the code as is. Staff recognizes that
No,
there are
excuse me, Chair.
multiple.
Chair?
Hold a second, let him finish, Go ahead.
No.
Hold on a second,
Okay.
sir. Go ahead.
Staff recognizes that this text amendment would apply to multiple properties, and that is the reason that we went through the detailed analysis of the existing properties in this area to understand, so that you can understand as best as possible what the impacts of this text amendment would be. As you know, it is your pleasure as to whether you would approve this at the request of the applicant, but there are 5 total properties, including this one, that would be challenged to meet the high-rise setbacks. 2 of them are recently developed and likely would not come online anytime soon for redevelopment. But there's at least one other that could benefit from this as well. So as written, it has been evaluated district-wide. We understand that there's implications for other properties. We want to make sure you, as a governing body, have all the information possible to make this important decision that the council person has illustrated before you.
Madam Chair?
Dr. Spears.
Yeah, I'd just like to follow up. Can you tell me on the side yard of this, how much are we giving on the side yard based on the project that is proposed right now? How many additional feet of side yard of open space are we going to lose?
So on the image on the screen right now, it shows the existing developments to scale, the Martinique and the Oasis. And this is the proposed structure. This heavy black line is the property line. Right now, the setback being proposed is 20, I believe that's 25 feet between it, the property line and the property on this side, and 26 feet on this side. That is what they could do if this text amendment is approved. If not, they would have to provide a total of 46 feet on both of these sides. So instead of 25 foot, if this was 46, the developable area becomes very narrow. So the delta in that is what the open space on the ground would be for that. So it's about additional 26 feet that the city or that the development would not have based on this proposal.
Madam Chair?
Yes, go ahead.
Right, so 26 feet is a lot of feet. If you have a house and somebody moves their house 26 feet closer to you, you lose 26 feet of open space. That's pretty dramatic. I just want to follow up, Madam Chair. The properties that we're talking about are the Condado, right? The single-family house, right? Those are going to be impacted. The Sea Dunes is going to be impacted, and we have one or two older buildings that developers are looking at right now. So this is going to impact a lot of development. People that could actually build under our code, but some of them could be built under our code, but now we'll be able to build an additional 26 feet into their side yard.
Okay. Are you
Correct? Is that correct?
Could you restate the question?
Okay, so what's happening is with these new buildings now, that these vacant lots that I just mentioned, which are going to impact a lot of buildings, those people are now going to, even though they could build as of right on some of these properties under our existing code, they're now going to be able to expand their development and build an additional 26 feet into the side yard based on if this ordinance is approved.
The question is, would existing developments be able to redevelopment and expand 26 feet into their side yards?
Yes.
So if this is approved, any property in the zoning district could elect to utilize the fee in lieu if it's approved.
Right, so, Madam Chair?
Yes, go ahead.
Okay, so basically what we're doing is we are impacting the entire ocean front of Singer Island right now. We're not just talking about one single parcel. This is not a variance. We're talking about changing the zoning on the entire ocean front. We're talking about doing this without having workshops with the community. We're talking about doing this without having any public hearings. We're just going to do this at night, one stroke of a pen, very similar to the ordinances that we did that changed the CRA district into a 300-foot high zoning district. We just do it at one council meeting rather than having workshops and hearings and listening to the people and seeing what the people want in their district on the entire ocean front. So council, be aware, that's what you're doing right now. You're changing the zoning. This is not like Broadway, which you basically have an empty canvas that you're starting from scratch. This is a developed area. This is already developed. There are 35 20-story plus buildings there. So now you're talking about just a couple of infill properties that are going to impact the entire ocean front. You're changing the zoning for the entire ocean front. This is very different than what you did on Broadway. We did have workshops on Broadway. So this is, I just think that this is a dangerous precedent to set. Next week, someone's going to come in here and say, you know something, I want 50 feet, more on the side yard, and we'll just do it overnight. I don't believe, by the way, I've worked in other states. This is the first state I've seen where a developer can actually come in here and ask us to change our zoning rather than going through the initial process, which is put in place to protect the public, to make sure the public has input and is able to comment. And we're just bypassing that.
Yes.
And so,
yes.
Madam
Are you
Chair?
first, Dr. Spears?
Yes, I'm finished.
Yes, go
Okay,
ahead.
so I have two questions. One is, I don't know, might be a manager's question, but why and who did we determine that a high rise is only above 2 floors? You know what I'm saying? That seems not high rise description.
Madam Chair, if I
Go
may,
ahead.
on this zoning district, I think it's understood that up to 20 floors can be built. However, to ensure that, and again, this ordinance does predate all of us by quite some time when it was originally passed. It does contemplate that over that second floor, which oftentimes is a parking deck, that the tower and the width of it can become intrusive to sight lines and the visuals of the island if you have wall-to-wall development at that height. So this text amendment is counting the height of the building, and based on the height, is how far you have to be from the property lines just to make sure that there is space, open space, aerial space in between all of these towers. And so that's how we infer the intent of the code to function, but it only starts that count after the second floor. So based on how high you build it is how much you have to bring in the property from the structure from the property line.
Okay. And then, Madam Chair,
Yes, ma'am.
the second question I had was, so what is the procedure for them to apply for a variance? And yeah, what is that option and what's the procedure?
So our code has a detailed process for the requesting of variances, but it is based on there being factors or characteristics of the property that are not self-created, that are pre-existing. So an example of that could be that you have a wetland on your property. Wetlands are protected, you can't alter it, so you may have trouble meeting the landscaping code or the pervious area requirements. But that wetland was already there, you didn't put it there, it's outside of your control. If you have a blank lot with no physical barriers, so to speak of, generally you don't have a hardship. It's just that the code doesn't allow you to do what's desired. So the application for a variance in this situation would not meet the hardship minimum requirement. And that is why a text amendment is proposed. Again, in staff's reviewing of this, we know that there are considerations such as, does council want to maximize the highest and best potential of these properties, even though they're less than 200 feet? Or with those less than 200 feet, would you prefer that they have a lower density development than the zoning district allows? So that's the policy question before you this evening. And staff, of course, will move forward in however you vote and direct us this evening. But again, this was proposed by the applicant, evaluated for us, and we did look at the entire district to make sure we are comparing what's existing and what's proposed.
Madam Chair,
Yes, go ahead.
just to be clear, so they do not qualify to apply for a variance.
Correct.
Thank you.
Madam Chair. Oh, go ahead.
Yes, I'm going to go to public comment first.
Okay.
Public comment, Madam Clerk?
First public speaker will be Carolyn Kowalski, followed by Harvey Gold and Robert Comfort.
Madam Chair,
Yes, go ahead.
usually in these particular settings, you do afford the applicant the opportunity to share their presentation before you would allow for public comment
There's
if they
a
have one.
presentation? Okay, all right. Sorry, sir. I didn't know it was a presentation.
Good
I thought
evening,
it
good
was,
evening, Mr. Evans.
You know.
Am I on?
Not yet, not yet.
Yeah, we're gonna have, I'm sorry, I thought that the presentation was by staff.
Madam Chair.
Hold on, yes, hold on a second, hold on. So the applicant has a presentation for the board and the public,
Madam Chair,
yes, go ahead.
yes, they do.
Madam Chair?
Yes.
While they're getting up, you said the highest and best use. I disagree with that. The highest use is a 16-story building, maybe not the best use. There is a difference between that. Can you just tell me what is directly to the north, other than the city's access ramp, which is about 6 feet, 7 feet wide? What is directly to the north of this building? That's approximately, what's there? What's physically there?
There's an existing high-rise development immediately to the north.
Are there townhouses directly to the north of this building?
I'm not positive about.
See, you went and you did a research on this, and the staff spent a lot of time, but if they went down to the site physically and opened up their eyes, they would see that there are townhouses directly next to this building that are going to be impacted by the first 2 floors of what's being developed here. So what's being developed above those floors may not impact those townhouses, but clearly the first 2 floors are going to impact those townhouses.
Yeah, Madam Chair,
Yes,
if I
go
may,
ahead.
I want to just say that, again, staff has thoroughly reviewed this project. We have, my project manager here is to my right. We've looked at what's to the north, to the south. We've created the exhibits. You can see the parcels highlighted in yellow that are subject to having narrow development constraints. We have made sure that you have the information to make your decision. We want you to be able to deliberate amongst yourselves as to whether you believe this is best for the city. And if you have any questions on how we've reviewed it, we're definitely here for that. But please be assured that we have looked into this in great detail, and we just want to make sure that you are comfortable to vote as you see fit based on what we've provided.
Yeah, Madam Chair?
Yes,
You know, I appreciate what you're saying, Director Sermons. You know, I respect you and I appreciate everything you do, except that we should have known what was directly to the north of this. We should have had a visual of what is
I
directly
can bring
to
up
the
the
north
visual,
of
that's not a
this.
problem. I'm sorry, So again, on the image that was shown to you earlier, you can see what's to the north and to the south. So to the north, as I stated, there's a high-rise development. This particular development has townhomes and high-rises on it. Again, we have looked at that and those juxtapositions that exist for what's being proposed. So again, I don't want it to seem as though we haven't looked at this in great detail for you all to make your decision.
Madam Chair?
Yes, go ahead.
I specifically requested that we have an aerial presentation today of the properties that we were talking about. An aerial, you can just go on the tax assessor's website and you look at the aerial, you'll be able to see very clearly the townhouses and how close they are to the property line and what's going to be developed. No, this is not an aerial from the tax assessor's office. This does not show you the townhouses that are going to be impacted that are directly to the northwest of this property where the two-story section of the deck is.
Madam Chair, if I may.
Yes, go ahead.
So on this rendering, you can see the townhomes being discussed right here. They are nearest to the property line for the development to the north.
Right, but those
And on
townhouses go all the way to North
additional
Ocean.
image here, this image is from the tax assessor's site.
Go back to that other
And
one.
If you
the
can make it
property
wider.
in question is this yellow box right here. This is the proposed Turnberry property, and this is development to the north, and this is from the property of
Wait, so the
present
one
site.
before?
But can you
The
make
one
it
before.
larger? Can you enlarge that aerial? The aerial, can you enlarge that? No, the aerial from the tax assessors maps that you took.
You want to enlarge that
Are
one?
you able, go back to the actual aerial? Yeah, can you enlarge that to show us where the townhouses are in proximity to the site? Madam Chair?
Yes, go ahead.
Okay, so you can see, council, when you look at those red roofs, those are all townhouses that are abutting, that are going to be right next to this property.
I will get the presentations and we come back to any more of that. The presentation by the
Madam Chair, did you say you're ready for us?
I'm sorry?
Did you say you're ready for a second?
Yes, go ahead.
Oh, I didn't hear you, I'm sorry. Good evening, my name is Hope Calhoun. I am a land use counsel for the applicant, and the applicant actually is going to do most of the talking this evening. I just wanted to go back to something very quickly to make a quick point. The RM20 zoning district has a few setback sections. Most importantly, paragraph 5 is titled Minimum Building Setbacks. Minimum building setbacks lay out the required setbacks for front, side, and rear. Section 5 then goes on and has a subparagraph E, and it is an additional setback. It is titled high-rise setback. The high-rise setback is the portion of the code that we are seeking to amend, not the building setback, not the front, not the side, not the rear, but the high-rise setback. The high-rise setback becomes or is in effect once you get over the second story as defined by the code. The code currently reads the definition of high-rise setback. All buildings in excess of 2 stories shall provide 2 feet additional setback from each property line for each additional story of height.
I'm sure.
That's been interpreted to mean that as you go higher, as you get above the second story, and when I say interpreted, as you heard from staff's presentation, we have worked with them for more than 2 years, 3 years to get to this point.
Thank you. Go ahead, sir.
Madam Chair. All right, so Attorney Hope Calhoun, my question is this: how do you differentiate a side yard from high rise? That is the side yard for high rise. That's what you're asking for, is a change in the side yard setback for high rises. So you are asking for a change in the zoning in the side yard setback.
Actually-
Obviously, if it was a single family house or townhouses, it would be different. But you're asking for the change in our zoning for side yard setbacks.
Actually, that's not exactly accurate. So that's what I'm trying to explain. So the code, I'm going to just say it again. The code, and I think you have this language in your backup, provides for minimum building setbacks: front, side, rear, ocean, and high rise. Okay? We are not impacting, we're not asking to change the side setback. There is a separate section, paragraph E. Again, I know you all have this in your backup. Paragraph E currently reads, all buildings in excess of 2 stories. So they're defining what a high rise is. A high rise, as Chair Prunier pointed out, is any building in excess of 2 stories. My client's proposal is a building higher than 2 stories.
I'm sure.
Can I finish reading?
Well,
May I
this
just
is-
finish
this is
reading
pretty-
it?
this
But I'm
is-
going to
this-
answer your question if you
I
just
don't
let me
think you
finish.
are.
Hold a second, sir. Go ahead.
Thank you. Shall provide 2 feet additional setback from each property line for each additional story of height. So what we're proposing is to modify the setback once you get above actually in our case, we're asking, the text is above the 10th story. So the code, the provision that we're suggesting, we're recommending, we're asking for, the amendment doesn't change anything on floors 1 through 9. 1 through 9 will look like every other building as designed. We're asking for a modification of the code so that the upper floors can be designed differently than as outlined in the code. So the building side setbacks that we're providing actually exceed what is required by code. As you saw on the diagram presented by your staff, 20 feet is the minimum. We're providing 25.
I'm sure.
So if I can just say one other thing, and then I'd like to turn it over to my client so he can actually go through the presentation. I just thought that was important to lay out as he then goes through. Thank you, Madam Chair, and I'm happy
Madam
to
Chair.
answer questions after he finishes.
While we still have Ms. Calhoun up there, I understand what you're saying. I get it. You know, I'm in this business. The reason that we ask for that additional 2 feet is because of the shadow impacts and wind impacts. Do you have a shadow study showing us what the shadows of this building are going to be at all for 12 months of the year?
So two things,
times?
if I may. Oh, may I?
So two things in response to that. As I understand it from speaking with staff, the reason that the provision is there and the reason that we drafted our amendment the way that we did is because there was a concern about open space. We are not impacting our setback open space. The open space that we're impacting is up in the air. It's once you reach a 10th story. So the provision is not about shadows or wind, it's about open space, and we're providing open space. That's not changing. So can I just have my client go through the presentation and then happy to answer all questions? That way we just can get through
Madam
it,
Chair,
and then we'll answer.
I just have to say this. There is a very big difference in shadows and the impact. It impacts the open space.
Sure.
When you build up higher, you're impacting the open space tremendously. That's why we do shadow studies every time we do projects like this.
But to that point, councilperson, the buildings on either side of us are taller than the building that's being proposed.
Yes, but those buildings met the code. Those buildings, your building does not meet the code.
Right, but it's
You're
hard to
asking
cast a
for-
shadow on a
you're
building
asking
that
for a
you're lower
special
than.
exception.
Yeah.
So it's going to impact, there are buildings there already. This is not a blanket, 5-acre piece of property. You're going to impact the buildings that are directly next to you, and we'd like to see what those impacts are going to be. So a shadow study would be very, very helpful.
And we can have that conversation, but we can't have a shadow study about a site plan that if we can't get to the code. If the code is not amended, if it doesn't pass on first reading, council member, if I may, if it doesn't pass on first reading, you'll never get to see the site plan. We'll never have that conversation. But we have to get through first reading first. After first reading, sir, if it passes on first reading, we'll sit down and show you anything you'd like, anything. We'll show you what you'd like to see. We're happy to continue to answer questions.
In all due respect, I'm in this business. It takes about 15 minutes to do a shadow study on a CAD. You could have done it based on the project that you're proposing.
Sure.
We should see this before we get to the first reading.
Except that tonight's agenda is not a project.
Yes, but
On
you're
tonight's
asking us to
agenda is a
change,
text
but you're
amendment.
asking us to change the zoning for the entire oceanfront.
Hold on,
Madam
sir.
Chair.
Hold on, let's get a point of order here. Can't have two people talking at the same time. Ask her question, let her answer it, and you go back and forth that way, but we can't have two people talking.
Thank you,
Chair.
Madam Chair. And if I,
And there
Madam
are other
Chair.
council members who have some questions too, Madam Chair.
Yes,
But Madam Chair, typically we want to try to get through the presentations and then that way we can answer all the questions because otherwise we'll never get through anybody's presentation.
right, let's get to the presentation so that we can ask the questions that we want to ask.
Sorry, I apologize. Were you saying you're all right with me going with my presentation? Good evening, everybody. I'm A.K. Morali. I'm Turnberry's president. I've been involved in this project for about 3.5 years now. We're thrilled to be in front of you all. I appreciate you all making the time, including the public that's been here. We as Turnberry have come forward with the opportunity to build a boutique project that is, to Hope's point, set back greater than required at 25 feet on the ground level and the podium level, all the way up to the second floor. And we've not taken advantage of trying to expand our footprint and build things that are invasive. So in my view, on the conversations I've had with the public, there seems to be some misinformation about what we're trying to achieve. We are looking to build an upper upscale boutique building that is not imposing, that provides value to the community, and is in keeping with our plan for the last 3 years. No changes to the building site or other. If I may, though, I'll be quick on this.
Yes, go ahead.
The Turnberry organization is a multi-generational organization. We're in the third generation. We develop and own assets all the way through South Florida and other parts of the U.S. We are owners and operators of the Aventura Mall. We have projects all the way through Delray, all the way down to North Miami, where we're really we combine our efforts, we collaborate, and we do things that are great for the communities that we're members of. The vision here is quite straightforward. We are looking for a text amendment so that we can modernize some of the language that has been presented, and as discussed, doesn't seem to be applied in a standard measure across the board. We're not looking to take advantage of a situation. We're instead looking to build a project that is of a higher quality. Instead of being forced to build a project that may be of a lower quality and wider, and in fact impact you much worse than you're considering, should we go ahead and build this project we're looking for. We appreciate your involvement. We know you're a developer through our meetings. We've had that understanding of your construction and development background, and that's why we're trying to do our best to meet everybody's needs. We've worked for 3 years with the city staff coming through these plans. Our request as a result of this is simply the site plan approval on this text amendment. We have also come, as Director Sermons had mentioned, are willingly contributing to this parks fund. We understand the value of parks, of community. We do that across all of our projects. We're contributing funds that are needed and that are going to add value to our community. It's not a variance, as the commissioner has said. It's simply a text amendment. We're hoping to make a better use of sites for all involved, especially on this project that we're dealing with, so we can build a better product that is better for all. But we understand we will have to come back for site plan approval. We'll work through all of that with you at the time. We're happy to do all of the studies required. I did receive feedback about wind studies, about shadow studies, so we're all aligned. We've built almost 40 condominium projects around South Florida. Never once would we build a project that does not stand the test of wind, and we're absolutely conscious of our neighbors. The townhouses you were showing there are going to be beside our parking deck. They're not going to be beside the tower. So should we build a two-story townhouse, you're going to end up at the same situation. But this is a situation where we're trying to control an outcome to the benefit of individuals, but in the long term, we're actually doing harm for the community. By us building this project, this is the text amendment language that Hope had talked through, but on the community benefit side, you're going to take a site today that's contributing very little in taxes, very little in benefits, and we'll be paying almost $2.3 million in utilities, site impact fees, and other contributions. That from zero today. We're also contributing the $100,000 to the Parks Fund. These are all newfound monies on a site that today is an eyesore and isn't doing much for the development of the overall community. I believe that the Director Shermans has done a wonderful job showing the site context, showing what it's like to the south, going up to the north. Our building is shorter than the buildings around us. It is more poignant. It is not going forward into any zones. We're not shifting the building at all in any capacity. And as I said, we're stepping back 25 feet on the ground floor versus the required 20 feet. So conclusion, a smaller footprint, a more beautiful building, and a direct investment in Riviera Beach is what we've been trying to do for 3 years. We've tried to collaborate. We've met everybody here. We're happy to have your feedback. We are team players. We would appreciate your support in taking this to the next level, so we may come back and have site plan meetings with you. Thank you.
Thank you. Commissioner Guy?
Thank you, Madam Chair. My first question is to Mr. Sermon regarding the processes for site-specific changes, i.e. special exceptions. Is there a process by which this can be site-specific?
Madam Chair, if I may?
Yes, go ahead.
Yes. As you know, this is first reading, so all of this language is malleable and can be changed at the will of council. But a special exception could be added to this provision so that there is more latitude with council in deciding if something is appropriate or not for a particular site. You have many uses that are special exceptions in the code already. This language could be altered to say that this provision of a reduced setback is subject to a special exception application, which does give you more latitude in denying a project if you just feel like it's not right for that specific site, and it can be proposed.
So that process wouldn't trigger an automatic approval of future projects if it were site-specific?
Correct. In any scenario, there's going to be, of course, a rigorous review process of what's proposed. And you've heard the applicant say how long they've been working with our department on this. But with the special exception, it is going to be additional criteria that they have to meet with all special exceptions. And one of those main considerations of the special exception is how appropriate or how does it affect the neighboring development? And does additional changes need to be made to buffer, screen, or reduce potential nuances, or is it just all around not appropriate for that site? And those are additional considerations in the special exception realm that staff evaluates, and you have additional latitude to review.
Okay, Madam Chair.
Yes, go ahead.
Follow up. And that question was asked because it seems that there is consternation about, well, heartburn, should I say, about changing the code completely. And I know that there are processes that can make it site-specific with certain criteria, as you indicated, and it is something that probably need to be considered. My next question, the shape of the property. It's a little unique compared to other properties at the beach there. Does that impact, and this is a question to the developer, the design that you're proposing? Does the shape of the property impact the design that you're proposing?
It absolutely does. And as a result of that, we've limited it to a small tower on the beach side and an amenity deck on the back end where we would put our parking, our pool, and other amenities. Normally, they would be on the top of our buildings like we've done elsewhere. But in this case, we've put it at the bottom and on top of the parking deck. So there's been an impact and we've adjusted accordingly.
Yeah, and I make that point too, because when you're planning a piece of property, the shape and the size are two very important components of what one may decide to design on it. So it is not surprising to me that the developer is trying to design something that would fit within the shape of the existing property. The other thing that I wanted to point out is that we have public meetings for the public. That is why everybody's here tonight. It was mentioned that maybe the public may not have had a chance to really chime in. We have a lot of people here tonight. They're going to chime in. We're going to listen to their considerations, and then we'll make our decision. But to suggest that somehow the public is not being included, I don't think it's completely accurate. Not once, but twice. This doesn't get passed on one vote. So the public does have an opportunity. And as you all have done, sent email and messages to the council people, the public has been engaged. And we know it up here, but I don't want the message to go out into the public like somehow this slipping under the radar and nobody knew. No, we give out public notices before our meetings, and the community that's impacted fully understood when it was coming before us because we've got a lot of emails about it. So I just want accurate information to be out. As development get more intense, the opposition increases to anything else coming in. That's everywhere. And the question in my mind becomes, if a person owns a piece of property, do we want someone else coming in? Let's take an individual piece of property. Our own property, we like to do what we would like to do on our property without interference from others. But there's a process that has to be taken in order to be approved if it doesn't apply to the code. That's with residential and commercial and high rises. And the feelings are the same. My property, how can I maximize the return as a businessman? So I'm not surprised or excited or expecting the property owner to do something that may not benefit whatever they're trying to accomplish. So with that being said, Madam Chair, I'm going to yield the floor. I do have a couple other comments, but I'll save those for later.
Madam Chair?
Okay, yes, go ahead.
Thank you, Madam Chair. To the applicant, you mentioned community benefits. Can you go back to that slide for me with community benefits?
Thank you.
And while we're doing that also, if you can start to, I have a question about ad valorem tax. Do we know what the potential ad valorem tax revenue will be generated once this building, if approved, is completed?
We've run several analysis. We do know that there's about $2.3 million of impact and permit and associated fees. And
Impact fees, yes.
impact, and then
Ad valorem annual revenue.
actually I have that number if you give me a minute. I'll pull
Thank
that
you.
number up.
And to that same impact fees, if this project is approved, I know that staff, we want to make sure that the impact fees are making sure that they support the area that's being impacted the most. And I believe staff will also focus on that. So those impact fees, I know there's some concerns for crosswalks. I know there are concerns with the development of that area. The impact fees will help with that. But the ad valorem tax revenue is what I kind of want to know as to what would be coming in additional revenue for the city. And then also, if we can get to the community benefits, those are my two questions.
And thank you, and I'll have that answer for you just within a few minutes. Somebody's
Thank
going to
you.
send it over.
Thank you. We'll get started with public comment first. You can come back with that. Go ahead.
Thank you. If you guys can research that and bring those questions back after public comment.
Thank you, Madam Chair. If I may, can we just reserve a moment to rebut after public
Yes,
comment?
yes,
Thank you.
yes. Go ahead, Madam Clerk.
Madam Chair, the first speaker is Carolyn Kowalski, followed by Harvey Gold, and then Robert Comfort.
Hello, good evening. Good evening. My name is Carlin Kowalski, and I live on Gulfstream Way, which is across the street from the proposed project. And I walk down the beach path that's right next to the project just about every day. So I'm very impacted by whatever happens there, and that's why I'm here to talk to you. I've lived in the neighborhood and walked around the neighborhood and the beach path for over 21 years. Each day, though, when I take my walk, I feel like I'm in danger of crossing the street. The street is just, the traffic is terrible. There's no speed enforcement whatsoever. And the crosswalks that do exist down on the south side are completely inadequate. If this project is approved, I want to ask the city that they use those funds that are being contributed by the project to install some effective sidewalks for those of us who live in the community with flashing lights so that we can safely walk in our neighborhood. So we have people from the beach side and the condos that like to come and walk on the neighborhood because it's nice and flat. And then we have people on my side, on the neighborhood side, that like to walk down the path and go to the beach. So we have people walking both ways, and it's very, very dangerous. Now, according to the city staff report for the project, the Parks and Recreation Fund is to be used to provide access to recreational and open space to residents and visitors of the city. So in my mind, it seems like that money could be used for a crosswalk. I got an email from the staff today which suggests that maybe not. So I'd like to get that cleared up. It seems to me that that money, whatever money, and as Mr. Mayor alluded to, because he came to a town meeting in our neighborhood this summer and we spoke about this issue, and I appreciate you remembering that. So I want to make sure that whatever money comes from this project is used to benefit the residents of this community and make it safe for us to walk there. I have provided my comments in writing to each of the council members in an email, and I ask that that be included in the record tonight. I've given it to the clerk over here. I have spoken with the attorney for the developer and their representatives and asked them to also remove the existing concrete wall and install some shade trees for us along the path. So I appreciate you considering my comments. Thank you.
Harvey Gold, Robert Comfort, Neil Schiller.
Good evening, Mr. Edwards, Mayor Lawson, council members.
Good evening.
Before I start, I was wondering if I could have everyone who's against this amendment.
Mr.
Stand
Gold,
up.
Mr. Gold, you have to talk to us up here,
I'm sorry?
talking to the council up here.
Oh, talking to, okay. I was wondering if everyone who's against this amendment might stand up. Thank you for coming. I wanted to say that, Mr. Simmons, we respect you, and you are our guardian, our custodian of the zoning code and the zoning commission. And it's important to us that people go through zoning. That's what the process is. The process is when you want to build something, you go to zoning. If you don't like what the rules are, you explain it to them and you ask for a variance. What's happening here is from a simple text. The developer wants to change our zoning rules. And I don't think that that's the way you proceed on a project this size. It's kind of, in football, you'd call it an end around. Rather than go through the process, you find a way to do it some other way. I also think that one of the things that's not pointed out here is there's a public access to the beach that runs on one of the sides of this project. And I believe that the setback, if it's changed, will impinge on that right of way. And I want to talk about one more thing, and that's the optics of all of this. I think the optics are terrible. They're going around zoning, around our process, around your process to get this done. It doesn't look good if you approve this. That's only my opinion. It also doesn't look good that they're willing to make a donation in order to grease the wheel here. Now, they say it's charity. I spoke to them and I was cut off when I was speaking about that. To me, charity is something you do and don't expect something in return. This is not charity. Singer Island pays 54% of the taxes to Riviera Beach. If you need something built, we give you enough income that you can build it with from what we have. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir.
The next speaker is Robert Comfort, Neil Schiller, and Fane Mosman.
Madam Chair, Mr. Mayor, and councilpersons, thank you very much for this opportunity. Simply put, I believe it's poor public policy to permit a developer to purchase an exemption in effect from the requirement of seeking a variance from the requirement to demonstrate a hardship. We have a very detailed set of zoning rules. They've been worked out over a number of years with a lot of input from you, from the public, and others. We have a very detailed set of variance rules for seeking exemptions from those rules in cases of hardship. And Director Sermons put his finger on it in his presentation when he said that this developer couldn't qualify for a variance under this circumstance because this hardship was self-created. These ordinances were in effect when the developer purchased the property, and knowing that, he couldn't come before a magistrate or the zoning board and claim there was a hardship. Instead, we're sidestepping that process, as Mr. Gold said. And the benefit that comes with the payment for the sidestepping of the process isn't even necessarily tied back to the community, the locality, Singer Island, which is suffering the loss of the open space that the zoning ordinance created in the first place. That to me seems inequitable and poor public policy as well. And as Councilperson Spiritus said, this isn't just going to affect this one property, it's potentially going to affect the entire shoreline on Singer Island. And as such, we would ask you to think about the character of this policy and its negative impacts. Thank you.
Neil Schiller, Fane Lozman, David Nisley.
Thank you so much, Mr. Mayor, Honorable Council. My name is Neil Schiller with Government Law Group 137 Northwest First Avenue in Delray Beach, Florida. I'm here tonight representing Ocean's Ed Condominium, which you just heard from two board members. Frankly, I'm a little confused as how we even are here tonight, seeing as though at the last meeting, this issue was raised and brought up. There was no second to actually take a vote on this ordinance. And in Robert's Rules of Order, which your ordinance, your resolution, excuse me, and your city charter both point to, when a motion does not get a second, it dies. This should be dead. This should go back through the planning and zoning process. This should not be before this body tonight. That being said, we are debating the substance of the issue, so I want to tell you why we are objecting to this. Specifically, when you pass an ordinance, irrespective, when you pass an ordinance to your code, it must comply with your comprehensive plan. This proposed amendment to your ordinances does not. Specifically, it conflicts with policy 1.1.4, which requires periodic review of development codes to refine on-site open space standards. Allowing fee in lieu or a buyout circumvents this by substituting cash for an actual on-site space, potentially degrading design quality in RM20 districts without the mandated refinements. Policy 1.1.5 directs evaluation of plan amendments to avoid increasing population densities in the coastal high hazard areas where most RM20 properties lie. By enabling taller density high rises on narrow lots with less open space, the ordinance could burden evacuation routes and increase risks violating this policy. Let's look at your recreation and open space element. Policy 1.2.2 establishes 3 acres per 1,000 population for a level of service. Fees collected via the proposed Parks and Rec Trust Fund may not reliably add inventory as according to that policy. And then coastal management element, policy 2.2.2, calls for careful evaluation of amendments increasing density or intensity to the coastal high hazard area to reduce storm impacts. Ladies and gentlemen, these are conflicts. You should vote no tonight and send them back to the drawing board.
Thank you.
The next speaker is Fane Lozman, followed by David Nisley, and then Erica Davis.
Fane Lozman. First of all, your staff recommended approving the project, number one. Number two, there was a 35-unit building there. It was torn down. So you're only adding 17 more units to that property and you're going higher. So they're asking for additional, they're looking for basically floors from 10 to 15. 5 floors, that's it. 5 floors to bring hundreds of millions of dollars and put it on the tax rolls. We're looking for 5 floors. The building to the south, the Oasis, they don't have a problem with it. I'm sure it's the Martinique that has the problem. They had a problem with me putting a floating home on 52 acres of property owner. I'm the largest landowner in Singer Island. I have 52 acres with a deed from 1924 to be developed. There's 317 homes that have been built, but I haven't been able to build anything because these people here, we built first. You have to do what's best for your people and your constituencies on the west side. You've got a new water plant. You have a new city hall. You have a new fire department. You need those hundreds of millions of dollars, as the mayor's talked about, to come on the tax rolls, and you need that money.
and you're worrying about from the 10th floor to the 15th floor, and the building to the south doesn't have a problem, you have to do what your staff said and approve this project. It's not a candidate's forum for Glenn Spiritus to try to run for re-election. This is what's in the best interest for the West Side, for the city, and also for Singer Island. This building should be built. It's the premier building. I've been to Solomia, their $4 billion project. They did the Aventura Mall. They actually built, the father, Don Soper, actually put together 750 acres and built the city of Aventura. They built the Fontainebleau Hotel in Las Vegas. They have the Fontainebleau in Miami Beach. This is the best development firm that's ever showed up in Riviera Beach. The Aventura Mall is the #1 mall, according to USA Today in the country. I mean, what are we talking about? 5 stories? That's what we're talking about? And all this drama? There's only 3 lots that would be affected. I have the property across from one Singer. It's a 125-foot lot. Go on the west side and look for my lot across the street. It's not a big deal. It's a beautiful building. So to say, because somebody got too close to their sideline and built a few townhouses, we're going to walk away from hundreds of millions of dollars, that doesn't make any sense. You have to look at what is the impact. 5 floors, from floors 10 to 15, we're doing all this drama for that, and 3 potential buildings that may be affected down the road. You need to do what's right for this city and improve this project and follow your staff's recommendations.
The next speaker is David Nisley, followed by Erica Davis.
Good evening. My name is David Nisley. I live at the Martinique 2, West Tower. I'm an engineer, and I have a background in aerodynamics and structural engineering. Retired after 44 years at Pratt & Whitney. I thought the presentation provided was very slick, but it was also somewhat misrepresented. And I'll tell you why. You cannot assess wind speed by looking at a 2D cross-section. You have to do a vertical, and you have to see the position of the buildings both horizontally and setback between them. The wind speed is projected to be up by 27% if that building goes in. Now, how do you reduce wind speed? Wedding cake design, as the current ordinance, would improve that. Why? The wind has to go either around the building or over the building. And if they would put up the slide that shows the 3D rendering coming from the ocean side, I will show you exactly. What happens with the current building site is it literally puts a funnel on any wind coming from the southeast. And that wind will funnel to our building. If it comes from the northeast, it'll funnel it to the Oasis, the adjacent building. And with wind speed being up 27%, you're taking locally a Class 2 hurricane in that vicinity of that Venturi will be Hurricane 4 force wind. In the summertime, when we have pop-up storms with wind velocities in the 30-mile-an-hour gust range, it'll be, near 40 miles an hour. The public access walk between these properties will be adversely affected. Okay? The other thing is the shading. Reducing the building as it goes up in height reduces shading. Currently, I'm projecting that this building will shade our ocean villas almost entirely between the hours of 10 and 2 o'clock in the afternoon during high season. Perpetual shade in southern Florida. In addition, our east pool will also be shaded to some degree. And I urge everybody to vote against. Thank you.
Erica Davis.
Erica Davis, Riviera Beach. Sorry, Singer Island, but you all are late to the party. I don't know where you guys are on a weekly basis when we're here fighting for things that we need or what we think that is not right. That building that he wants to build over there is on the water. It's by the bridge. It's in a corner. The buildings that are trying to be built here on Broadway, we have a big impact. It will impact the traffic. It will shadow the small businesses around it. And some of them are going to be built on small properties like this one that you say is going to be built. Frankly, where he has this, it's not going to hurt anything. And if you really want to know the truth about it, environmentally, you guys sit between two bodies of water on sand. The taller the buildings are, the more weight you're putting on the foundation. If your buildings are built on limestone, because I've done the study, the salt water is going to erode it anyway. And eventually they're going to fall one day. If we get a strong hurricane, you guys are already having sand issues. It's going to get worse. Nobody's talking about that. Miami, some of the newer buildings on Miami Beach have sunk like 3 inches or centimeters or something. And they're on 2 bodies of water. They're surrounded by water. So think about that. The taller the building is, the heavier it is on the foundation. I've said this a million times. So the streets, we already have pipes bursting in the streets. So imagine putting the weight on the streets that we have on Broadway. We don't want these foundations, we don't want these buildings on Broadway because we had, what, 5 stories? That was our standard because we are a low-lying area. We flood. So that means that's going to be saltwater intrusion onto that foundation. But nobody's talking about that. So if we're going to match apples with apples, Mr. Spiritus, don't try to gaslight the situation here. If he can't put his building over there, then we shouldn't be putting 4 tall buildings on one little small foundation that you're going to shadow townhomes that are coming up. And we shouldn't put the tall 20-story building on Broadway on the corner there because there's not enough room and you're going to be shadowing these little businesses around it and there's no parking. So we're going to get technical here. Let's go, just go into it with 2 sides of the story here, the pros and the cons of everything. Thank you.
Madam Chair, that's the end of public comment for this item.
Are there any council members in regards to the questions you want to ask of the staff or of the developer?
Yes, Madam Chair.
Yes, go ahead, sir.
Mr. Sermons, did planning and zoning vote on this project?
Madam Chair?
Yes, go ahead.
Yes, the Planning and Zoning Board did vote and provided a negative recommendation for the project.
They did, thank you. One more question, Mr. Sermons. You were talking about special exception. How would that work?
Madam Chair?
Yes, go ahead.
Yes, Councilman Guyton did make the suggestion of a special exception. We have an existing process that is listed in the code for special exception applications. They are an additional application that is attached to a site plan for any use that requires a special exception, and there's an additional evaluation criteria, and the standards of approval are higher. In those cases, the burden to prove that a project is appropriate for a site is on the applicant, and they have to demonstrate and meet that higher criteria. And council has more latitude to deny a use that would otherwise could potentially be by right. They would have the latitude to deny it as being inappropriate for a specific site.
Madam Chair?
Yes, go ahead.
So they could come back and do an application for a special exception, correct? And it would not impact all the other properties.
Madam Chair?
Yes, go ahead.
If the proposed text was amended to say that it is a special exception to request those reduced setbacks, it would require that they submit an additional application and we review it against the additional established special exception criteria that's in the code so that it could be considered on a site-specific basis. And any property in the zoning district that wanted to use the this new language being considered would also have to provide a special exception application and be considered on a site-by-site basis.
Madam Chair?
Yes, go ahead.
So then it wouldn't be considered spot zoning because you'd be giving that opportunity to everybody who has a similar piece of property or a similar situation.
Correct.
Okay, I would strongly recommend that the board consider a special exception if they're going to vote in favor of this.
Any other questions from the board?
Yes, Madam Chair.
Yes, go ahead, sir.
I would like to confirm how many properties you mentioned that will actually be impacted if this were to pass tonight.
Madam Chair, if I may,
Yes, go ahead.
we have identified 5 properties that are less than 200 feet. At that measurement of less than 200 feet, that's when it begins to get difficult to meet the high-rise setback. Again, depending on the proposed height, but there's 5 that are less than 200 feet, and of those 5, there are 2 that are underdeveloped, 2 that are recently developed and not likely to be torn down and redeveloped anytime soon because they were developed within the last 10 to 15 years. And then there's one site that's so narrow that it wouldn't be even in consideration for this type of development because it has a single family home on it. It's about 50 feet wide. So it would not benefit from this.
Okay. Madam Chair, I'll follow up.
Just go ahead.
So essentially, we're talking about 2 properties who may be able to qualify for this if this were to be passed, if they even had an interest.
Yes, Madam Chair.
Okay, because there was a statement made that this would impact the entire shoreline as if there were a line of properties that would be able to take advantage of this, but there were only 2. So it's not the number of properties that is probably being suggested here tonight. Madam Chair, I have another question.
Yes, go ahead.
This is a rhetorical question. Did your research, does this project comply with the comp plan?
Madam Chair, yes.
Okay, because there were some comments about it doesn't comply with the comp plan. But I served on the P&Z board too, and I know your diligence when it comes to projects like these. Now, sometimes it can be interpreted differently that the codes and laws, statutes, people can read the same thing and come up with a different conclusion. So I'm not saying that somebody is right or wrong. I'm just saying that you did your due diligence to ensure that this project complies with the comp plan. That's the point I'm making.
Yes, Madam Chair. Those questions that were raised were sent to staff a while ago, and we did go through each one of them and review them according to our comprehensive plan.
Okay, Madam Chair.
Yes.
There were comments about if we receive some type of benefit, that it can be construed, it was insinuated like a pay-to-play. You know, if you give us a fund, you don't have to comply with the open space. Let me say this. Community benefits are exercised around the country, not just in Florida, around the country. Communities have needs, and when a developer come in and they want something waived, the community look at what needs they have in that community, and they try to trigger those funds to the needs of the community. That is not pay to play. That is ensuring that your people have what they need in order to have a comfortable life. That I'm not asking for an agreement or disagreement. I'm telling facts. This is done around the country. That's the point I'm making, that this is not unique to Riviera Beach. A lot of projects that you see up, the city got to benefit from that. So I don't want people to think like Riviera Beach is unique, and if they give a contribution to a certain fund, that somehow that is what really driving the decision. Not for me. But that decision is made and that's something that we can get that would benefit our community, I'm gonna accept it. And as a matter of fact, when it comes to community benefits, the top thing on my agenda is water. And I'll be asking them about a community benefit to help our water rates. You know something, everybody know where I am. This is not gonna be something that's hidden. Our water rate's about to double in 4 years, 100%. And a lot of people in our community cannot afford it. Some people are very comfortable, it won't impact them at all. But I know people that lay up at night. I've gotten phone calls, people crying because they can't pay the water bill. Nobody know the experience that some people go through when they don't have resources for the necessities. It's actually heartbreaking. And so I personally know about it. And whatever I can do to help relieve them, I am going to do publicly. Not in no dark corner trying to cut some deals. No. I'm letting you know I'm going to do all I can to get as many resources to help reduce the cost on the residents for this $500 million water plant that the federal government is requiring us to meet certain regulations. We have to pay for it. And we have moderate to low income people, many in our community, not necessarily on the hour. So, Madam Chair, those are my comments, and I will say this, I will be supporting this project. And, you know, I think that it would benefit both the city and the developer. I'm done.
Very good.
Madam Chair?
Yes, go ahead, sir.
Madam Chair, before we continue to go on, can the applicant answer my questions before we took public comment?
What was that, sir?
The applicant is prepared to address my questions before we took public comment. Can they go ahead and do that now, Madam Chair?
All right, yes, go ahead.
Thank you.
Thank you. Mayor Lawson, to answer your question regarding ad valorem taxes, would be almost, I apologize. It would be almost $7 million a year.
Sorry, there's people speaking. Madam Chair?
Sir, hold on a second. We cannot have outbursts in the audience. We can hear it loud up here if you want to leave and step outside and speak, or if you want the officer to escort you outside. We have business to conduct. We are making difficult decisions here. And we need to hear both sides to be able to make a decision. So the conversations that are happening in the audience need to be taken outside, please. Go ahead, sir.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And sorry, if you could repeat the number.
It's $6.5 to $7 million annually would be the ad valorem taxes created.
6.5 to 7 million annually.
Yes.
Ad valorem tax.
Yes, Mr. Mayor.
You brought up community benefits, 2.2, I thought it was 2.3, 2.2 million impact fees. One of my residents spoke earlier about some of the impact to the community, crosswalks. I know staff has already talked about that. Matter of fact, years ago, myself and Councilman Spiritus spoke about additional crosswalks. That would be some additional revenue to help with the impact. Mr. Sermons, can you please answer the impact fees? Where are those fees allocated to when they actually come from these projects?
Madam Chair?
Yes, go ahead.
The impact fees are collected through the development process. However, the allocation of them, I'm not the best person to speak on it, and I'm not sure if finance or the manager.
Does the code require the impact fees go to the area that's being most impacted by the project?
Madam Chair, if I may.
Thank you, Mr. Evans.
Yes, go ahead.
Statute requires you to utilize impact fees in the areas that are impacted. So if they're in the region that it's impacted, so invariably, if impact fees are collected associated with this project, the city would look to make those impacts in the surrounding area of the development project.
Thank you. So to address some of our residents' concerns about the impact of this project, the dollars that's coming in will definitely go to that impact. The annual ad valorem that's coming in of $6.5 to $7 million will help with offsetting some of the costs and the increases to infrastructure that we're paying for right now. And with the residents that are truly being impacted, and I understand one resident spoke about the 54% that comes from Singer Island, we'll make sure that those impact fees are addressing the concerns. My staff has already addressed some of the legal concerns in regards to the comp plan, and they've given a recommendation. So again, colleagues, this is a project that fits within our comprehensive plan. We're encouraging development in our community, and it's a safe project that's been working with years. I want us to go with staff's recommendation so that we can generate additional revenue for our community of almost $7 million, and realizing that we have $1 billion of infrastructure development. We have to, we have to make these tough decisions, Madam Chair. And that's part of the decision that we have to move forward with, because if we're truly going to impact the community by addressing infrastructure, we have to have some tough, hard conversations. And this is one of them. So I would be inclined with my Councilman Guyton to support this project as well.
Madam Chair.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Yes, thank you. Go ahead.
Manager, of that 6 to 7 million in ad valorem taxes, how much of that comes to the city?
That's, Madam Chair,
Yes, go ahead.
that's a great question. That was the question that I was going to ask. If you estimate the project to be a 200, and I'm just throwing out a number, I don't know what their estimated cost or where the taxable value of the project would be, but if it's a $200 million project, the revenue that the city would experience associated with our millage rate is roughly about $1.6 million. Because remember, your millage rate is all the other taxing authorities in Palm Beach County. So the millage rate countywide may be 21, 22, but the city of Riviera Beach's millage rate is 8.3500 mils. And so if you just did a $200 million project, the revenue collection on an annual basis for the city would be roughly about $1.6 million. And that happens at the CO. So if a construction period takes 3 years for it to happen, you don't really experience that taxable value until that project is CO'd. And depending on when it falls, if it happens before December 31st, it will be on the taxes for that year. If it goes January 1st, it gets a whole nother year before you actually see it on the tax roll.
Thank you.
Madam Chair,
Is that it?
are we finished with the answer for the mayor? Can I now ask my questions?
Well, can I just do one quick follow-up?
Yes, go ahead.
On mine, after everyone else, I wanted to know how this special exception, I know how it works. I'm saying, how do we move forward with it possibly? So that's it for me.
Mr. Simons?
Madam Chair, if I may.
Yes, go ahead.
If it's the desire of council, we can insert language between now and second reading stating or with the effect of requiring any projects that would like to utilize the reduced setbacks to also apply for or to apply for it through a special exception. And that would be a part of the ordinance, and it would be an easy addition of text between now and second reading if that's the desire of council. And as stated, we already have a process in another chapter of our code that outlines how the special exception process works. It would require, based on that, I believe it would require the applicant to then submit a special exception application to have their site plan considered under the additional criteria. So there may be a gap between approving this ordinance and when you see this particular project before you, if it's your desire to only consider this reduced setback under a special exception application.
Madam Chair,
Yes, go ahead.
follow up. I'm okay with them having to do additional, since it didn't go back to planning and zoning, and since it did not get approved, I'm okay with them having to do additional, an additional submission.
Madam Chair.
Yes, go ahead.
Director Sermons, just as a point of clarity, so you're saying that in the event that they wanted to, or in the event that the board wanted to explore the special exception process, that would be applicable as it relates to the site plan, or you would look to make modifications to the existing ordinance to facilitate that before second and final reading?
Both, if I understand your question correctly. If we added that language that reduced setbacks would only be considered under a special exception, they would have to then submit a special exception application so that their site plan would have both of those reviews included before it comes to council. So it would be an additional application if that's what the ordinance requires.
Yes, go ahead.
Further clarification, please, Mr. Sermons. And so is it your position that they would have to amend this language that it's in the current ordinance so that you could properly advertise that it's a special exception? And then have the public hearing on that? Because it's currently not in this title.
Correct. And first readings are not required to be advertised for that reason. So there's flexibility for the board to consider an item, hear public input, and determine if you want to make modifications to it. And then on second reading, it would be advertised with the final intended changes based on this conversation.
Yes, go ahead.
But you also have to go back to planning and zoning?
I believe so. To follow, if that's what's put in place for the process, I believe this, even though there wouldn't necessarily be changes to the proposed site plan, the special exception criteria does require a public hearing, and it has a process outlined for it. So it is my belief that it would need to go to the planning and zoning board after that's submitted. But of course, I would verify all of those things to be sure. But based on what I'm hearing now and the process that we have built, if it's a special exception approval, P&Z would need to weigh in on it prior to city council.
Madam Chair, if I may.
Yes, go ahead.
Also, one thing to consider is if the application would wish to go through the special exception process, they may not be willing or wishing to go through that particular process. So that would be a question, if that's a desire that the board is thinking about, that would be a question that should be posed to the applicant in the event that that is a pathway on this item.
Madam Chair,
Yes, go ahead.
I don't agree with the city manager. I don't know how you can tell us that we should be listening right now to the developer to make this decision on on which way we want to move forward with this. This is a decision, let me finish, please. This is a decision by this city council that has the authority whether to accept this text amendment or send it back to go through the process again, to go through planning and zoning and be voting on as a special exception, rather than pushing this through right now and then having to start the process all over again after the second reading.
Madam Chair, if I may provide some clarity,
Yes, go ahead.
that the board does have and has always had the authority to vote the item down as it is. The applicant has an ability to say they feel comfortable with, rolling the dice with regards to what's before the board, or they can decide to say, we're going to look to go through the special exception process. That's all I was communicating, is that if the board votes the item up or down, you have that ability to do that. But if it's a situation where the board is considering to have them go through a special exception process, that is something that the applicant has to agree to as well.
Madam Chair?
Yes, go ahead.
Well, the applicant really isn't going to have an option. We have the ability to amend this right now, to amend the motion that's on here to require them to go back through the special exception. Then the developer would have to decide whether they want to go through the process or not. But we have the ability to make that amendment right now to the motion that's before us and require them to go through special exception, which clearly will not impact the entire ocean front. We would be able to look at each project on its individual merits.
Madam Chair,
Are you finished, Dr. Spears? Yes, go ahead, sir.
I was the one that brought up the special exception before realizing how many properties it actually would impact. It won't be impacting the entire shoreline. I won't be supporting a special exception. It was an option that I threw out before I realized that only 2 properties would be impacted. And I think that it would be unnecessary to go through this special exception, because the impact that it would have on the shoreline, the properties on the shoreline would be only 2. We're talking about it's going to impact the entire shoreline. No, it's not. That is misleading and it's not accurate.
Madam
2
Chair?
properties.
Let
Sorry,
him
where it is?
finish. Let him finish, sir.
Can I finish? When we give people the impression that a whole shoreline is going to be impacted, That changes the narrative, because that's what I thought when I threw out the special exception. But then I realized that that wasn't the case, and there's no need to go through a special exception because it won't have a major impact on the shoreline. So I'm not feeling this now. The special exception is a viable option, but certainly council can vote how they want. But I think that we need to move forward as is, because it would only impact 2 properties, and that is not the entire shoreline. And there's no guarantee that they would even exercise their right to use this text amendment. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Madam Chair.
Hold on a second. We have about 1 minute left in our discussion, and we have to call the question. Go ahead, sir.
Madam Chair, I have the right to speak before we
Oh,
call
I
the
said
question.
go ahead, sir.
I have some more, this is a very important issue on Singer Island. I would like to get my questions asked
No,
and answered.
that is fine. We
before
have
we
30
vote.
minutes
That's all.
according to Robert Rules of Order in terms of discussion.
According to
Go ahead-
Robert's
you
Rules
go
and
ahead
Order,
and
I
ask
have
your
the right
question.
to speak 3 times for
No,
10 minutes.
listen, understand.
I haven't
I'm
had
asking you
one
to go ahead.
Okay. Mr. Sermons, I respectfully disagree with you saying that it's only 2 properties that are being impacted. We know that there are many older buildings that are already being approached by developers to be purchased. So it's going to affect more than the 2 vacant lots that you're referring to right now. We know that the Sea Dunes, for example, is one that's already up for sale and being negotiated. And as I said before, if we pass this ordinance, we're giving that property, which can be built under our zoning code, the ability to build more on their property. I think that a special exception is very important. And even if it were 2 lots, even if it was 2 lots, you're impacting 4 buildings besides the 2 buildings that are being built. It's not just the 2 lots, it's the buildings next to it that are also being impacted. So it's not just those buildings. So it is impacting the entire shore, especially those people that have been in those buildings for years. This is a very important issue, and I think that a special exception is probably the best way to go. I would like to make can I ask council?
Yes, could I have
Counsel?
Commissioner Miller Anderson speak first, and then I'll entertain your motion. Go ahead. ma'am.
I kind of have sat here and listened to both sides, and I've listened to all of the speakers that have come up. I know this is a first reading, and there are some concerns that are being presented. There are things that have been thrown out about the special exception, the variance, and all of these different things. I'm not in favor of killing it tonight. I am absolutely open to at least getting it through tonight and then being able to work out whatever issues that we may see being an issue. We always have the second reading. If we can't get this solved, then you always have the second reading to be able to say no. So I think we have a great opportunity here, but at the same time, I do hear the residents. I'm hoping that they're able to have a conversation. Maybe there's some other issue that may be causing some of the hesitation, because if we have other buildings to the south that are even closer, I don't know that that's really the issue. So I would like to see us come out with the true issue of what the problems are and really talk about them and see how we can meet somewhere in the middle with the residents, obviously, those who are being impacted. So I will support it tonight, but I absolutely want to make sure that both sides have an opportunity to talk, see if it's something that can be worked out. And then on second reading, if we can't get past it, then, obviously it may not make it through. But for tonight, I think we have an opportunity to be able to have some conversation and work this out. Thank you.
Yes, go ahead.
Well, I'm sure that just like me, that many of us have gotten the emails from a lot of the residents that are concerned about the infrastructure, that are concerned about traffic, shadows. That's not my biggest issue, but they do have some concerns about how it will impact day to day. I mean, and I understand, it's the island, and I know it's already congested, and sure, the same thing that attracted, the residents there to the island is what's attractive to others that are trying to come as well. But, they've shared a lot of their, of the concerns. But I am in agreement with the special exception, so I'm ready for that to be, at least.
All right, very good. So,
Madam Chair?
hold on a second. This is how we'll do this. There's a motion on the floor and we got a second for it. You want to amend the motion that is on the floor?
Yes, I do. I just want to check with council. to make sure I heard it correctly.
We would have to have a vote on that amendment.
I just want to check with council to see if I can make the motion.
Go ahead.
Madam Chair,
Hold on a second, let them check with council.
Council, can you tell me, can I make a motion right now to amend what's on the floor?
I'm sorry, who made the
Can
motion?
can I make a motion to amend the
I-
ordinance that's before us right now that,
I understand the question. I'm asking who made the motion. Ms. Miller Anderson?
And I second.
you second the motion, right?
I think you can make the motion, you can have an amendment to the motion. You have to get a second to that. And then you see if it passes, and if it does not, then the original motion on the floor still stands.
Okay,
Very good.
okay, Madam Chair?
Yes, go ahead.
I'd like to make a motion, first, that the project must be located on a minimum lot size of 2 acres of land, excluding wetlands west of the coastal control line. Number one. Number two, the project must have a minimum of 150 feet abutting North Ocean Drive. That's number two. Number three, project must include a seawall along
Point of
the
order, Madam
eastern.
Chair. Point of order, Madam Chair. You can't,
Hold on, point of order. He can make a motion however he wants to. It has to be voted on regardless. Go ahead.
Right, project must include a seawall along the easternmost construction edge of the developed area, the entire length of the property north to south. Number four, any funds provided from the developer for parks or other city issues must be spent in District 4. And also that the amount of money be changed to $150,000 per 0.25 acres, because right now, just so that everyone
Madam Chair,
understands.
point of order.
Please, I'm in the middle of making a motion.
Madam Chair, point of order.
Hold on.
The
sir.
Madam
Hold
Madam
on.
Chair,
No,
I'm calling for a point of order,
This is
Madam
the
Chair.
This is the chair speaking. Let him finish his motion.
Madam Chair, I'm
If-
calling for a point of order. I'm not going to let him finish his
I am
speaking.
not recognizing that point of order, Mayor.
That's not how Robert's rules works,
That
Madam
is
Chair.
that is parliamentary.
Parliamentary
of order.
procedure says that you recognize the point of order, Madam Chair.
No, I don't have to
The
recognize
amendment
your
must
point
be
of order.
germane to this item. This item is not germane.
I think that
This is
he's,
absolutely germane.
have you finished the motion?
No, I haven't finished it yet. And I also would like to add number 5, that this project be consisted as be sent back as a special exception, which would then give us the ability to come back and do just what we're doing right now and approve the project if we want.
All right, there's a motion on the floor. Is there a second?
pass for lack of a second.
Okay,
okay.
Chair. Go ahead. Guys, for lack of a second, let us move to the next motion, of the original motion on the floor, please, Madam Clerk.
Councilperson Davis Penier,
No.
Councilperson Guyton,
Yes.
Chair Pro Tem Miller Anderson,
Yes.
Councilperson Dr. Spiritus,
No.
Chairperson Lanier.
Yes.
The item passes with Councilperson Dr. Spiritus and Councilperson Davis Penier dissenting.
Staff, thank you for your presentation. Thank the developers. There's a lot to work out between now and the second reading. So please get with our staff and definitely have another community meeting with the people who are most affected by this. Thank you.
Thank you.
Madam Chair,
Yes, go ahead, sir.
for clarity on, Madam Chair, for clarity on Robert's rules, when a point of order is raised, the chair does have the ability to either take the point well taken or to not take it taken, but you have to give the member an opportunity to discuss the point of order. You did not give me a clear opportunity to tell you what my point of order was. So that's Robert's rules, Madam Chair, just for clarity's sake.
All right, very good. Thank you.
Thank you,
sir.
Madam Chair.
Thank you. Let us move to public comment. We have went over our motions, we have our public comment. Okay. Public comment shall begin at 7:30 p.m. unless there is no further business of the city. Wishing that event shall begin sooner. In addition, if any item is being considered at 7:30 p.m., then comments from the public shall begin immediately after the item has been concluded. Please be reminded that the City Council Board has adopted rules of decorum governing public conduct during official meetings. That has been posted here in the front. In effort to preserve order, if any of the rules are not adhered to, the City Council chairperson may have any disruptive speaker or attendee removed from the podium, from the meeting, and/or building if necessary. Please govern yourselves accordingly. Madam Clerk, how many public comments do we have?
Madam Chair, we have 14 public comment cards.
To the first three?
Andrea from the city clerk's office will call the names.
Who's that again?
Andrea Joseph from the city clerk's office.
The first speaker that we have is Lloyd Brown, followed by Annette Dragon and Lafrayne Lozman.
You are very rude. I'm talking about the council head. You are very rude. And you select who you want to enforce your rules to. And that's not right. I don't know how you can say this, but I think the head of this place should be changed. That's you. You should be moved out because you are rude to your own members, your own council people. And anyway, I ain't come up here to talk about that. I came up here to talk about the water, just like God, and he's not in here. Let me tell you something. I don't know how many times you people came out and calibrated these new water meters. My neighbor, she's like really old. They sent her a bill 000. So, okay, she figured she didn't have to pay anything. But when my other neighbor called over here, because he's younger and he called, they told him they made a mistake. And then he has to pay that. He has to pay that because it has 00. He has to pay the bill. So my neighbor who doesn't call over here, she's thinking it's okay because she's a senior. So she said it's okay. And then the next bill she gets is double. And she's on a fixed income because you people don't even try to get out here. Now, I'm going to tell you, all those Singles Island people that came over here, you didn't have to get them no hot dogs and hamburgers. But you got to give, if you want to have anything like you had that at the park, as far as the police station and all that, most of the people in my neighborhood don't even know you're going to get rid of Barracuda Bay. Why don't you give out hamburgers and hot dogs and then bring that up over there instead of naming the street after Felder? I mean, I can understand these people from Singles Island. They live over there. They may not want that. But you up here, and then with your mayor, okay, you say I can't talk about him. He remind me of Goebbels, propaganda man for Hitler. Goebbels, that's what he did. He talked like everything was great. And that's how y'all do up here. I know y'all don't know anything about Goebbels. And then, you know, another thing, I'm going to say this right quick. We can't go over the bridge over there. We can't fish off the bridge. We can't go to the other bridge. You know what? That's the subtle way of Jim Crow coming back. And the only person that talked to me about that is the white guy out there. He's the only one that talked about it. I didn't hear you or none of y'all talk about it. Hey, guys, and I appreciate you talking about the water because my neighbor's having problems. And how many meters in this place been calibrated? And how many, I want to know, what do they call that? Freedom of Information Act. I want to know how many people having problems with their meters, and y'all should bring that up at the next utility meeting. I'm talking about everybody that's having a problem because everybody in my neighborhood talking about the bill, and it is too high. $70-something for a doggone sewer. How do you regulate that?
Next speaker is Annette Dragon, followed by Fane Lozman and Darren Cummins.
Hello, everyone. I think you're getting a bit fed up with seeing me up here every meeting. First off, this proposed building of multi-story developments either on Singer Island or on this side of the waterway is ridiculous. What you're actually doing is putting a whole lot of strain and pressure on the infrastructure system, which is badly needed in terms of renovations, refurbishment, and everything else. Again, congratulations on approving the water plant construction. That's badly needed. But instead of doing all these planning and zoning meetings and approvals or not approvals and easements and 20 feet from each story and all that, before you even get that far, why don't you charge any potential developer $10 million, $5 million, whatever number million dollars, to take the pressure off the population that pay the taxes here? They're going to be using the water to build their 10, 20, 30-story buildings, parking lots, road resurfacing, and everything else. But we, the taxpayers, your constituents, are actually paying for it. An observation, different subject this time. I noticed that there are a lot of advertisements for events like the library reopening and other things that are going on in the community, but you're not actually inviting non-Black. You've got Black models in your photographs. I live in Riviera Beach. I use the library, but I go to Palm Beach Gardens to the library because I don't feel welcome at the one that we've just reopened. And that's because the ads were all Black. Can we please have some multicultural advertising? Not much to ask. We live here too. And finally, back onto the money situation, I would like to know how much money in dollar amount all of you are appropriated on an annual basis. We see what you spend, but we don't know what you're actually allocated. When are we going to find that out, please? Thanks very much.
Thank you for your comments.
Next speaker is Fane Lozman, followed by Darren Cummins and Cindy March.
Some of you were curious, like, why did I care about the Emerald Hotel? I had filed a complaint against the former development director, Mary McKinney, in 2014 with the Public Corruption Office, because Dilip Rowe, the developer of the Emerald, had sold her his house in Yacht Harbor Manor for $180,000, and the house was appraised like around $400,000. Interestingly, Mary McKinney, who bought Dilip Rowe's house for $180,000, she sold it for $950,000. So there was Sika and others were concerned. Why was Dilip Rowe keep getting an extension on a site plan that should have timed out? He got like a 10-year extension because I believe Mary McKinney was corrupted by that house. The city, in my taking case, implied like, oh, well, maybe he could have applied for a variance to develop his property. So I applied for a variance, and the development special magistrate denied it a few weeks ago. Obviously, your outside city attorneys misled the court, because any of you up there know that an administrative remedy cannot change a land use designation or zoning code. That can only be done by the legislative body. So we had to go through that whole dog and pony show when it says quite clear in the code, it says, you know, development special magistrate can't give any special exception. You cannot change the land use designation from special preservation to residential or the zoning. That's a decision for the legislative body. Now I have another 14 property that we're going to go through the same special magistrate process, 14, you know, another 13 times. It doesn't make sense. It's just a waste of taxpayers' money having to bring it up, do all this dog and pony show when the city should say, you're right. Our code says administrative hearing officer, or in this case, development special magistrate, cannot change land use or zoning designations, regardless of what our outside counsel had to say. When we refile my case and when other property owners in the lagoon refile their cases, one of these days, you may not be up there, but one of these days we're going to have to get paid because the deed that was sold by the state of Florida gave development rights with it. And that's how 317 homes have been built. When this land was plotted back in 1850, it was dry and there was a lake. The reason it became partially submerged was when they dug the inlet, tides came in and the volume of water went up. But when it was never submerged land when the state got in statehood in 1845. It was always dry land. And then when they dug a trench to steal fill material from our properties and give them to the condos across the street, it caused erosion into that trench. When people say these were sovereign submerged lands, they absolutely were not. You can look at maps and see they were dry land back in the 1850s.
Next speaking is Darren Cummins, Cindy March, followed by Erica Davis.
Good evening. My name is Darren Cummings, and I'm here tonight to talk about Old School Reunion. For 9 years, Old School Reunion is an event that has grown into more than just a festival. It was a cultural experience, an economic driver, and a celebration of Riviera Beach. Old School Reunion was created with one mission in mind: to bring our community together in positive, safe, and memorable way. It celebrates music that connects generations, parents, grandparents, young adults, all in one space, enjoying something uplifting and nostalgic. But beyond the entertainment, the event produces measurable impact. Each year, we attract thousands of attendees who support local vendors, restaurants, hotels, transportation services, and small businesses. This means real dollars circulating right here in Riviera Beach. Local entrepreneurs gain exposure, hospitality workers gain shifts, vendors generate revenue. The economic ripple effect is significant. More importantly, Old School Reunion promotes community pride. It shows that Riviera Beach can host large-scale, organized, and well-managed events that reflect the excellence of the city. With proper planning, security, coordination, and city partnership, we continue to raise the standard each year. We are not just asking to host an event, we are proposing a partnership that ensures proper security planning, response crowd management, cleanup and environmental respect, local vendor inclusion, youth and community engagement opportunities. Our goal is long-term sustainability, to make Old School Reunion a signature annual event that people across South Florida recognize as a Riviera Beach staple. The event is about legacy. It's about showing that Riviera Beach supports culture, supports business, and supports safe, structured community experience. I respectfully ask for your continued support, collaboration as we plan the next Old School Reunion. Together, we can create something that not only entertains, but elevates the city. Thank you for your time and consideration.
Thank you.
Next speaker is Cindy March, followed by Erica Davis and Loretta Poe.
Good evening, council. I'm so glad that this water plant is moving forward. The utility director told me that you all will be having a cutting ribbon next Wednesday. That's what I'm here for. Because, you know, I had an associate, she called me last week. She said, Cindy, they said my water bill was just $100. I said, you better go over there and talk to them. Don't talk to nobody on no phone. You go find out who you're going to be speaking with and find out about your bill, because something was down. And sure enough, she called me last night. She said, Cindy, you was right. My water bill doubled. It was over $200. We got to do better with transparency. We got to do better not misleading the residents. That's what I fight so hard for. But you all want to talk about corruption? Corruption is right here in the city of Riviera Beach. It's not going nowhere. And you need to revise this here, what you got going on about decorum, because you all was very well out of order tonight. And I don't want y'all to feel like I just take up for Dr. Glenn Spiritus, but a lot of you all don't even have the knowledge about building. And you all cut this man off so much, it's very disrespectful to him. I wish I had somebody in my district that supported us like he supports Singer Island. We put you all in office for a reason. And these people are going to remember this. And you all know Singer Island vote more than anybody on the west side, the east side of town. This man deserved better. All of you all, except Mrs. Miller, was very rude to Glenn Spiritus. Very rude for no reason at all, because he asking hypothetical questions for his residents that fought so hard to put him in place where he's at. Whether we like each other or not, it's called respect. If you respect me, I'm going to respect you to the utmost. If I'm wrong, I will always say, I can be the bigger person. I have been the bigger person, but it's enough already. This is not what this is about. We sat here for over an hour going back and forth. Your minds, some of your minds are already made up, and we have to respect that. That's why you all sitting where you're sitting, but it's at a cost. You all have to be very mindful who would pursue with you all and trying to keeping them from talking. That's their freedom of speech. Whether you like it or whether you don't like the person or you do like the person, allow each person to speak and stop interrupting them. We wasting too much time. It's enough already. And I'm so happy that this water plan is moving forward and talking about that plan that you all got going on Singer Island by building. You all going to find yourself in hot water like the Emirates. You see what's going on with the Emirates. And I also would like to know, are you all going to pay Randy Sherman with the taxpayers' money or with the insurance money? Because he is suing for $500,000. Let's put that on the agenda. Let's talk about something because it's going to affect the taxpayers. Have a great night.
Next speaker is Erica Davis, followed by Loretta Paul and Barb Hansen.
Erica Davis, Riviera Beach. Let's talk about this money. Okay, residents, I'm going to give you some golden nuggets here. We are about to go into, I can say, close to $1 billion in debt when it comes to our government facilities. And all of the projects on this side of town, all of the condominiums and stuff, it sounds good. But they won't be built for another few years. So just like Mr. Evans said, it's going to impact us financially. So we need to tighten up on these purse strings. We need to eliminate some of these activities. We need to eliminate people coming in here asking for money because all of this stuff is falling on us. And we need to be as tight as possible. Another thing, Mr. Evans, I need to know how much debt exactly that we're going to be in, just with the government facilities. And I want to know if you can get your investment guys to give us some insight if we can go and invest in global investments. If our government can invest in global investments. I know that West Palm bought Israel bonds. Are we allowed to invest globally like that? Because we're going to have to wait on extra tax money before these projects grow up. So we're going to need some money. But you guys got to stop bringing people in here talking about spending our money because we don't have any. And all of these activities, if you're going to have activities, make sure you charge. All of this free stuff, it has to be cut out. We got to tighten up. Y'all got to learn dollars and cents, investments, finances, if you're going to be sitting up here making these decisions, because we're going to be in trouble. These projects sound good. But like I say, economically, the market is not right now. And we don't know when these people will be able to borrow money. If they're leveraging their assets right now, they might not be able to borrow any money because their debts are here. Like the developers rob Peter to pay Paul. If their debt is up here, they have assets, they're going to take that asset, sell that asset, and try to bring down some of their debt. So I'm teaching y'all something here. So Mr. Evans, if you can get back with me about that, about how much debt we're going to be in with the government facilities, and if we can do some global investments, if government is allowed to do global investments. Thank you.
Next speaker is Loretta Paul, followed by Barb Hansen and Audley Diamond.
Good evening. My name is Doretta Park, and I just want to make a statement to clarify something. Mr. Brody, we had the opening of the library the other week, and Mr. Brody is the director of the library. We do have white, Caucasian people in our book club that comes to the library. We do. So that statement was in error because we do have them. And we have a wonderful time, absolutely wonderful. And maybe you all should come out because we have the literature there. So come out and just join us. Another thing I want to talk about is the police department. They were at Washington Elementary reading to the children. That was wonderful. I saw it on Facebook. It was absolutely enchanting event that they put on, and children seemed like they were engaged and enjoyed it. And that builds a bond between the police and the children. And maybe the fire, Chief Gerd, maybe you can have your firefighters, EMTs, paramedics go to a school. That'll be a wonderful thing for our children. Now I want to talk about this money. The vote that was done. You just stated, Councilman, that you know people who are really suffering and sometimes they're crying to you concerning their water bill. It is going to be astronomical. And for 3 council people to vote to get this money, and where this money needs to stay is in the water department. Every dime we need. So I just want to know, what are you all going to do with this money? Are you going to help pay some water bills? Help seniors just like me? Give us some water? Pay for some water for us? You know, because I don't drink the water. Some people may drink this water, but I don't. So I just want to know, if I can, what are you going to do with it? And then a certain person, I know you said we can't say names, said they want to bring the mayor into it. He gets a little portion of this money. But and then we say about respect also. Councilor Guyton, when you go and say how Mr. Sherman didn't respect you, and that he did. He lost. He was taken out of work, and he was not paid. And then you go on to say, this man over here.
Thank you, Ms.
You can't do
for your
that.
comment.
That's
Thank you.
disrespectful
Thank you, ma'am.
and certainly not kind.
Ma'am?
And I thank you so
Thank
much.
you so much.
The next speaker is Barb Hanson, followed by Audley Diamond and Ellen Berger.
Good evening. I've lost a lot of my supporters here tonight, but if you are here and oppose the proposed development on Singer Island, please stand. Thank you. My name is Barb Hanson. I am a responsible citizen of Riviera Beach living on Singer Island. I come before you today to ask for each of you to also be responsible in the coming weeks, months, years, as you listen, discuss, contemplate, and make decisions as it relates to the proposed high-rise developments on Singer Island. I am aware of a formal application that was received by the city a couple of weeks ago to build a 300-foot high-rise at the Blue Heron Bridge. In summary, a really bad idea. I'm aware of other proposals that you've received and or may be receiving in the near future for additional high-rise developments on the south side of Singer Island. Again, a really bad idea. Tonight, I will focus on the application received for the proposed 300-foot building at the foot of Blue Heron Bridge. Approving a building of this magnitude could set a damaging precedent and create innumerable negative consequences on Singer Island, negatively impacting our neighborhoods, negatively impacting our infrastructure, negatively impacting the #1 shore dive site in the United States and part of the Palm Beach's world-renowned snorkeling trail located at Phil Foster Park. Where is the commitment to protect this rare marine environment and beautiful public resource for current and future generations, I ask? Think about the additional marine traffic and docking at this location. Does it not pose an added threat to diver and swimmer safety? What about the added need for police, fire, and first responders? And especially with one road on and off the island, we already have a huge problem with traffic and congestion. This project expects to add 819 trips a day to the Lake Drive, Blue Heron Boulevard, Ocean Drive area. There are only short turn lanes on Blue Heron onto Lake Drive. There are no turn lanes on Lake Drive onto Blue Heron. This area will be a mess, a nightmare. Oh boy, I'm out of time. In closing, I would like to remind each of you have a direct responsibility to your constituents to serve as our representative, not a developer's. Advocate for our needs, not a developer's. I would also ask each council member to take a moment and remember how and why they are currently sitting in their seats. Singer Island has a strong turnout at the polls. Singer Island voters change election results. I would ask each of you how many votes came from Singer Island.
Thank you so much for your comments.
Majority of these votes could go away and the likelihood of reelection is unlikely.
Time is out. Thank you so much.
Next speaker is Audley Diamond, followed by Ellen Berger and Rochelle Hughes.
These are 610 letters to the city council members in opposition of development.
Thank you so much. Next public comment, please.
Madam Chair, Madam Chair,
Yes, go ahead.
can we make sure that those letters are put into the record, please?
Yes, very good. Next.
Ellen Berger and Rochelle Hughes. Okay. Next speaker is Rodney Roberts, followed by Dolores Williams and Mary Bram. Rochelle Hughes.
Good evening, everybody. First, I do want to say that the passing of Reverend Jesse Jackson, it was sad. I respected him very much. So I'm glad you guys said something and had that tribute to him. That was very nice. Where do I start? So I kind of have a feeling after listening to the planning and zoning meeting the other night regarding another building going over here in the marina. I kind of feel like the CRA and the city is trying to take away this marina from those of us who already live here. Years ago, there used to be a great tiki bar, and there were vendors that could sell their stuff. It was great. Newcomb Hall was here. It was awesome. That got taken down. This got built. Great, super. Then there was talk about maybe putting a hotel. Great, super. It would still have open space for your current residents who live here and pay taxes. This is city-owned property, which is owned by us, the residents. Now I'm seeing that we want to put in 2 20-story towers next to whatever's being built here right now. And then you see that, oh, there's going to be even further development to where you're going to take away the marina access, or it's being proposed, and it looks like you want to take away the marina access to all of us who live here and pay taxes now in hopes to get that tax dollar down the road. Guess what? In Tallahassee right now, they're talking about getting rid of the property taxes or lowering them. Then what? So I get where we want to bring in money and we want development, we want to clean up Broadway, I understand. But at the same time, you're taking away things from your current citizens. As it looks now, I mean, now we have to pay for parking to come here if we're going to just come here. But the other buildings, there's going to be parking, garages, and hopefully retail space and hopefully office space. But who's going to come here?
Can the developers tell you who they have signed up? So I'm more concerned about this being taken away from me, being able to enjoy coming over here and walking this marina and looking at the boats, looking over at Peanut Island, watching the boats out there, because you're putting up two 20-story buildings are proposed. It's blocking. It'll block. That's all I have. Thank you. Next speaker is Rodney Roberts, followed by Dolores Williams and Mary Brown. Dolores Williams?
Go to the next person. Right down.
Dolores Williams.
Dolores Williams by Mary Brown.
Good evening to the council and to the citizens of this great city. I want y'all to give me some information about the CRA, why it doesn't come across Australian Avenue on the west side. And I'd like to give a compliment for a young lady, Miss Carol Hester. She did a workshop on teaching health, wellness to the seniors. It was very, very educational. And I think she should get a plaque or something. She's her nonprofit. She works here too. So I hope I see her be getting up there getting a good plaque too. And I need to quite understand about you say when they build this building for the millions of dollars, we would get how much, Mr. Evans?
Ma'am, could you address us, please?
How much would we get? I just want to know. You said until the building is complete, that's when we will receive it as a citizen. I'd like to know about that. And on last Saturday, they had the garden, community garden on 10th Street. It was very, very good. And again, about the water bill. I'm telling you, now I got to get this water bill straight. My water bill be running me like $500 or $600. So if somebody want to come out and check that meter, you don't have to come out and check it. Just pay it for me. That's all. Let me know you paid it. But I appreciate that. And some, I'm going to have to say this about Mr. Spearman. He came out to the garden thing. I didn't see but two councils out there. That was Davis and Mr. Spearman. It was very, very good. And I think he has a heart for this city. You say don't call no names. I just have to call names because you call my name to come up here. Mr. Guyton, I want to get straight back this water. And I want to get straight back the code enforcement. All right? I just want to get all that straightened out, cleared out from under my name. All right? I want to get straight. Please help the people. I don't understand too much about this bill and y'all saying it. All the money, but all those people that was from Singer Island here, why y'all didn't let those people get up and express themselves? They all left after you say you're going to do it over, but you still should have heard some of their comments. And I don't think that was fair because it seemed like y'all was trying to throw off on Mr. Spearman. But he's an engineer. He's been through all these things. If you can't learn from experienced people, you're not going to learn anything. We all going to know something that we don't know, and we're going to prosper from it. So let us have the right heart to do the right thing for everybody, because I'm telling you, time going to tell on you, it's going to come up again.
Next speaker is Rodney Roberts, followed by Mary Brown.
Good evening. Rodney Roberts, Revere Beach resident. Back in November, the city manager said in reference to the City Hall project that he was going to bring a resolution back at the next meeting that was going to include his negotiation committee, the people that he wanted to submit for the negotiation committee. After that, you all would have a chance to get with the negotiation committee, iron out what it is that you all wanted to submit as far as what you all wanted to be a part of the project. It is February. I don't believe that the resolution came, I would like to know what is going on with that project. because he didn't say anything about public input. So I guess maybe he's putting it on us or putting it on you as the representatives of the public to get out to the public, and y'all might get our suggestions on that end. But I guess it should be both ways, where he would be telling us, hey, this is what's going on, and getting our input from the community, and you all could do the same thing. But that was in November. The resolution was to come back the next meeting. That's what he said. And it's February. So what are we doing? Excuse me. To my neighbors, I want to publicly apologize because I was keeping chickens and I got them from babies. We have a Tractor Supply store here in Riviera Beach. That's my understanding. They sell chickens. I bought some babies. A few of them happen to be roosters. They make a lot of noise. It's crazy. My point is that now I'm in trouble with the city because I bought chickens in the city that I can't keep. There are a lot of communities that allow for you to keep chickens. They're against roosters, but the chickens should not be a problem as far as I'm concerned. If you guys could make some way where it's okay for us to have backyard chickens without the roosters, because I don't want to be subjected to whatever treatment the egg producers are doing to their chickens. I like to feed my own chickens and have my own, so I can provide for myself. And I think that that's a part of, this community as well. Thank you.
Last speaker is Mary Brown.
Good evening, Ms. Mary Brown, Riviera Beach. First of all, thank you all for moving that along. We must move this city here. We must. It is a burden on all of us. The Holocaust, the Native Americans, the Civil Rights Movement. We all had those struggles there, but we survived. We're still standing here today. In our generation and generation and generation, they were carrying it on. I always say, what's good for the goose is good for the gander. We can't just keep saying that when it comes over on this side, you can put everything over on this side, but don't touch that over there. See, we're homeowners here too. We pay taxes. We pay our home insurance, all other kinds of insurance. And we bear those burdens there. Ms. Bram is poor. I tell everybody when I speak, I'm poor. So look at Ms. Bram. Yes, I'm poor. But I make it because I know my obligations depend on me making it one way or the other. I get so tired of just hearing whining all the time. We live in a city whereas we got to move things. But I always say it's how we move them in order that's predicated on every last one of us. And I'm for one, and I know the others that looks at this city too, they want this city to move on. But they want it to move on so that everybody can say that they are a part of this city. I've been decades, and every time when Singer Island comes in here, everybody caves in, gives them what they want. Why don't you fight for all of this over here? Make sure that that's in the same category. You're always giving them what they want. But it should be no division. See, they think that they have all the monies, but it's some just on this side over here that has monies too. We can't keep separation. This is what causes a whole lot of separation. I heard the lady stand up here and say, your votes are predicated on them over there. See, that's that playbook. That's that playbook that they gives you when you do not meet their demands. And that's wrong. That's wrong. They want to continue to be separated as long as they get what they want to get. The hell with Miss Bram's children over here. The hell with the seniors over here. The hell with building
Yes,
up,
ma'am.
up over here.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you
It's
so much.
time out for that. I didn't
Thank
get
you so
to,
much. Yes, ma'am.
I didn't get
Yes,
to,
thank you.
I didn't get to this
Yes, thank you.
because that just annoyed me. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Mr. Evans, could you address some of the issues that were raised by the residents, please?
Yes, Madam Chair. I believe Director Neiman communicated at the last utility district meeting with respect to the age and the frequency when the meters are calibrated, and stated that our meters in the grand scheme of things are fairly new, but over the next couple of years that's something that the utility district will have to do. But I'll make it a point to ask Director Neiman and his staff to make contact with Mr. Brown to see if there's some specific issues that we can look to address. There was also another remark about the burden of the utility and fees and associated with that. And one of the things that we have brought before the board, and we will have continuing conversations with the board, is about the institution of impact fees. Impact fees is a way that you can reduce the actual burden of the water plant on the ratepayers, and the more we collect in impact fees, we can defray some of the cost that the ratepayers will see in subsequent increases. The next comment was with respect to investment policies or investment in global investments. The city has an investment plan, and anything that's provided for in the investment plan, the city has to adhere to that. That's statutorily. Anything that is outside of that plan is strictly prohibited. And so I would have to take a look at that investment plan, but most likely it doesn't allow for investments that are risky investments. But I will look at that and provide another response. The comment was another comment about the utility or the Marina District. I would encourage residents to attend the February 25th meeting of the CRA when the Marina Village project is going to be discussed. That particular discussion will kind of put into context what is going to happen here at Marina Village. The high-rise development that was referenced would be adjacent to the development that you see going on the property right now. But the intent behind the development here at the Marina District is to create almost an activity center where you would have shops, restaurants, and the like, things to create what is a pseudo downtown feel in this particular area, and also making sure that we preserve some of those viewing corridors and some of the amenities that we have here, because it is a working marina, and so we do want to make sure that the public still has access to the marina operations, but it really is intended to create synergy with regards to that. There was another question about the expansion of the CRA. In order to expand the CRA, there's a study that has to be done. The county has to agree with it, so it's a pretty arduous process. And I know that the CRA has had discussions about, CRA boundaries over the past couple of years, but it is not just something that the city has the ability to do. They have to work with the county, and you have to identify a need and identify that there is a demand for that, and then go through that process. There was a question about the revenue that would be collected if the property that was discussed later on today was to be placed on the tax roll. I gave you a number of roughly about $1.6 million. That's at a appraised value of about $200 million. So it depends on the cost of that particular property once it does hit the tax roll as to what the city would see. And then depending on when it does hit the tax roll, it is that's when the revenue will come into the city, but that could be 3 to 4 years depending on the construction period. I will also have staff go out to the resident about their water bill. There shouldn't be a situation where their water bill should be $500. So we'll take a look at that. There was another question about the negotiation team for City Hall. That project is under the cone of silence. I did bring that resolution before the board to facilitate a negotiation committee. We have had 2 meetings. Once we get to what we believe to be at least terms, we will have conversations with board members to have discussions about what are some of the terms proposed, and then invariably have an item that we'll have a discussion with the board about what deal terms are before we get into any agreements. And so those meetings are forthcoming. And then there was a question about chickens and the hens. There are some cities in other areas of the state of Florida that do allow for that, but I think our code may have a prohibition against hens, and specifically roosters. You can't have roosters, but we can certainly take a look at that and see if we can try to address that in the most appropriate fashion.
Madam Chair. The resident mentioned workshops for the for city staff and residents regarding the city hall complex. Is that still going to take place? Because that is something that was said.
Madam Chair,
Yes, go ahead.
we would, after we would get to what are close to what are deal terms, we will facilitate, conversations and discussions, but we would have to get to a good point as it relates to an agreement. Once no different than with the utility district now that we're moving forward with the water plant, we are going to facilitate some community conversations about the utility district, what the impact's going to be to the residents and those types of things. So when we get closer to what can be deal terms and what the development schedule, timeline, what the facilities are, we would certainly facilitate conversations with the community so they're informed of the project moving forward.
Okay, you just mentioned in the water plant, we're talking about City Hall. Is that what
Madam Chair, if I may.
you?
Yeah, I was just communicating, once we got the water plant approved, then we are going to have additional conversations with the community so they know what the impact is. So we don't have right now the construct of what the City Hall deal is going to look like. And so once we get a better understanding of the phase of the construction, the timeline, what the ask is for the city, what the developer going to do, what are the facilities that are going to be on the campus, there will be subsequent conversations that we would have as part of the development process with the community and with the board.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you,
We
Madam
go
Chair.
to our next item, Madam Clerk.
Madam Chair, we are on item number 12, item 12A, under discussion and deliberation. Discussion of special event program matters.
Bevan?
Madam Chair, if I may, I think
Yes.
the next, we have a special event.
Yes.
12A.
Yes, we have special events discussion.
Okay. Madam Chair, members of the board, if I can ask for the Assistant City Manager as well as the Special Events Manager to come up and share with the board with regards to special events and special events programming.
We had this is listed on the agenda as a discussion of special events programs. When I first received the agenda for tonight, it had about 6 or 7 different asks in terms of helping out for an event. Some private, some public, some for-profit, some not. I think that we need to get to a place where we have one policy on how we're going to address these types of asks. I think that the special events manager told me that she have at least up to 20 organizations or businesses asking for money from the city to be able to provide events in the city. We've had this conversation, but not really. I think that when we get to having to entertain 20 different organizations or businesses in terms of what the city is going to give them to put a event on in the city, then we need to start talking about a policy for that. And I understand that the public wants more events, Uh, and that's fine, but we have to, as a city and as a board, determine how we're going to move forward with these sponsorships. Because what happens is that you will open the floodgates for every nonprofit, every for-profit business to be able to come to the city and ask for money. So we need to have some understanding of how we're going to address that. We're talking about, and then we get into the point of, you got 400 million for a water plant, 45 million for a police station. You got 20 million, 25 million that went to two police stations, which is 50 million. Another fire station is being built. City Hall, 300 million. So we're looking at a lot of money. So we have to be very clear about the policy we want to set for organizations, for businesses to come and solicit the city for money. Because what's going to happen is that we will have 10 or 15 every meeting to ask for money. So we need to have a conversation about what that looks like. And I say that because we have, and I took them off of the agenda for a purpose. I took them off of the agenda because I didn't want the board to be blindsided by 7 different organizations on it, and you have to make a decision right then about it. So we need to have some guidelines for special events to be able to either look at these special event permits, what their ask is, what they want from the city, what they're willing to do, because we can't keep doing this. We can't keep having items on the agenda for sponsorship, and we have no clue as to how we want to proceed with this. We talked about all different types of scenarios. We talked about, if you want us to give you money, then what do we get back? We talked about, there are a lot of in-kind services like police and fire and fencing, but that costs money. That's overtime money. So we need to be able to be clear so that these types of asks, when they come before us, we know exactly what we're going to do. And if we have a policy, they don't need to come before us. But I did not want to put us in the position tonight where we had to make a decision about an event that an organization or a business is asking us for money. So, Mr. Evans, you want to kind of put a little bit more on the conversation that you and I had with special events in regards to what it's going to look like for the city and what discussion we need to have about that.
Yeah, Madam Chair, if I may.
Yes, go ahead.
So I'll tee up the conversation. So, and the special events manager can definitely correct me if I'm wrong. We have about 20 events that are currently requesting anywhere from $500 worth of sponsorship to $180,000 worth of sponsorship, whether it be in kind, whether it be cash contribution, whether it be partnership. Those particular types of arrangements all vary over all the different applications. There is certain things that are provided for in your policy that prohibit certain activities and require vendors to, in fact, pay for services specifically when it comes to public safety. The biggest challenge and the biggest hindrance for the event organizers, they will tell us, is the cost for public safety, because of the cost for the amount of officers, the amount of fire personnel, what is necessary to be able to do an event. So in most cases, that is the biggest issue when it comes to event organizers, and routinely that's the main principal complaint that we get. And so instead of right now, the policy provides for that these items come before the board, and the board then authorize these items going forward. So we wanted to have a conversation with the board to put forth what is a way to facilitate private providers doing events that can complement the events that the city does. Is there a pathway forward that says, okay, if you want to get a sponsorship for an event, there's an application process that happens once a year. You give us your events. We then look at all the information, and the sponsorship is, for instance, and this is just for conversation's sake, not to exceed $5,000. That $5,000 could be to offset and defray public safety costs, or it can be for marketing and promotion and the like. Or is there a situation where if it is a large scale event, the city is a bona fide partner that if you ask for $10,000, that the city will say, okay, if you're charging for alcohol or gate, the city will be a 50-50 partner until the revenue that the city put forth is received. And then the profits, we can get into a different type of arrangement, but the city's contribution to take the risk is recaptured. And so we are looking at different situations like that we wanted to get the board's appetite to facilitate some type of way to allow for private providers to come in and do quality events, and then ultimately look to address some of the application processes that go through the special events process, because you're talking about insurance and documents and whole harmless there's a whole bunch of nuances to that. And so really what special events is looking for is kind of what the board's appetite is, because we do have an ordinance, and then in the ordinance we do have a manual and a policy that is prescribed as what it is. But right now, the nature of the events that we have really don't jive and connect well with the policy, and the speed in which some of the event organizers want to go. A lot of the work takes an exorbitant amount of time to work through. And so I did want to, if Ms. Franks Edwards wants to provide any additional commentary or remarks associated with that. But that's the crux of the issue. Every ask is different. Every request is different. It's not a cookie cutter
Madam Chair.
situation.
Yes, let me say this before Commissioner Guyton. There was a recent event, I won't name it, that received money from the city, but they were charging. Which means that what? My position is that if you are charging and you got this money from the city, then we should get our money back. I think that's fair. That's just me. I mean, if we're going to give you $200,000 and you're serving alcohol, you got $50 at the door, then we should be able to get our money back. That's a true partnership, I think. But for you to get $200,000 from the city and charge and keep all the profits, I don't think that's fair. That's just my position.
Chair.
Yes, go ahead, sir.
It would be easier for me if staff reduced some of their suggestions to writing and gave us time to look them over and make comments. But at 9:30, and we got a 10 o'clock, I'm not sure if this is the right venue, but I would rather get my suggestions in writing, and then we can respond back accordingly. Then we can have a discussion about what they suggested and what council thinks would be reasonable, or any new suggestions that council may think of. But I'm not sure 9:30 right now is the right time for this discussion.
I mean, I think that's fair. I think that's fair that I'm sure all of us have some input into how this should look. And, given that you give us what you think it should look like, and then we have our comments about that, then I think we can come to a happy medium. But we cannot continue to give out funding for paid events where you're charging and we have given you police, fire, and fencing and emergency cleanup afterwards, and we get nothing. I can see that for a nonprofit because you're not there to make money, but you're making money, and I think that if we're going to give money for that, we should be able to recoup some of that. But that's just my opinion, and I think that each board member has their understanding or what they want to see happen with this. So
Madam Chair? Yes.
Sorry, go ahead.
And if you could possibly get examples from maybe some other municipalities that have done it for a very long time. And the other thing is, did we put, how much money did we put away in the budget for special events?
Madam Chair, if I may.
Yes, go ahead.
You have budgeted $500,000 in fiscal year 2026 budgeted.
And that includes our events that we do, or that's just strictly for people to come to us?
Madam Chair, if I may,
Yes, go ahead.
that's strictly for city events in the special events department. So that is for MLK Parade, 4th of July, all that, that is for city special events. We don't have an allocation of money for sponsorships and the like for people. The city council, we did put monies aside for your events, but for persons to enter into sponsorships, we don't have monies that are set aside for those types of events and activities.
So where have we been taking it from?
When we've assisted or provided any support, departments have largely absorbed the cost. So if it's a $4,000 ask for public safety, then the police department or the fire department make the appropriate adjustments in their budget and have been absorbing that cost.
No, we have to have a budget for that, and maybe, and I think one of the problems that we're having is that kind of people are coming like a week or two before the event and wanting to do it. I'm not in favor of that type of stuff. I think we need, if you're having some sort of event, you have to start planning it in a decent amount of time, I'm sure. And so I'm thinking when we do have all of these conversations, we have to stick with the deadlines in terms of when it needs to be submitted. And if we're going to put money in the budget for this, we need to stick within whatever that budget is. And if that means we have 5, say we put in, maybe accept applications twice, like we were doing for the grants, maybe twice a year. The first part of the year, if we had 50,000 in the budget, we'll do 25,000 for the first part, 25,000 for the second part. And that's it. I mean, we have too much we have to do in terms of facility building, especially the water plant. I don't want to cut it out altogether, but we really have to figure out what's important and what's not important. And obviously having events and stuff is important. You want to have that opportunity for families to come together and all of that. But the city is not in a position right now to continue to give monies away. And I say money, we could say in kind, but at the end of the day, it still is money that has to be spent for the police or whoever, the fence or whatever it is that we're doing. So we're just gonna have to really tighten up on that in terms of identifying exactly how much we want to spend. And when that's it, that's it. We can't just keep grabbing money and absorbing things, because we may be absorbing something, but it's coming from somewhere. And that means something is being shorted. So I mean, you want less police on the street and you want a community event? I mean, you got to make a decision on what's important. And like I said, I totally agree it's important to have these community events, but at the same time, we have things that have to be taken care of, such as our infrastructure, such as paying people. You have your different unions coming for negotiation of their contract. I mean, everybody's wanting something. So we have to really take a look at it. But I would like to see, just for example, what some other places are doing, how they do it.
Madam Chair?
Let me say one more thing too, before Mayor. I also want to say, and I'll say again, if we give money, we need to get it back, and we need to be able to get some of the profits too. I mean, that's the purpose of, having these paid events. I mean, what do we get out of it? What do the residents get out of it? So if, you have an event that you may make $500,000, we want some of that. We want to be able to say that we put this event on and it kind of got us some more money for our projects. I think that's fair as well. But I mean, the staff is going to come back with some other stuff, but I really think that if we're going to do this, we need to be able to look these taxpayers in the face and say, well, we did give $250, but we got that $250 back. I'm sorry, go ahead, Mayor.
Thank you, ma'am. Ms. Miller Anderson referenced getting some examples. Jazz in the Gardens is a prime example. Jazz in the Gardens started here on our beachfront. Now it's making the city of Miami Gardens $7.6 million annually. And that's the partnership that Ms. Lanier is talking about. we as a community have to make the investment, and we have to be constructive, or we have to be creative with the ideas of what we're doing with partnerships. So I would definitely recommend having staff take a look at what they're doing with Jazz in the Gardens and seeing how we can kind of replicate that, because that's generating money for the city in partnerships where they're allowing for outside agencies. We as a community in the city don't specialize in special events. We provide a service to our residents, police, fire, parks, recs. Special events is not our expertise. So if we're asking somebody to come into our city and to do some services, we need to make sure, i.e. the speaker earlier, Old School Reunion's been here 10 years. I'm not sure the total dollar amount of contributions that we've given, but I do know that they haven't generated $500,000. I know that it's getting expensive for these costs when it comes to police, fire, and entertainment. So we have to make sure that we can bring in attractive events, make sure the businesses benefit from them, and generate enough revenue. I have a few questions though. Mr. Evans, we have a groundbreaking next week, Wednesday. Do we require a special events application for that?
Madam Chair,
Go ahead.
I will defer to the special events team, but they're shaking their head and say yes.
I'm sorry, it's yes? Has one been submitted as of yet?
Madam Chair, have answer.
And when was that submitted? I'm sorry, can someone use the microphone, please?
Sure. Good evening, everyone in your respective places. For the record, my name is Deirdre Jacobs. I'm the Assistant City Manager with the City of Riviera Beach. I believe it was on yesterday, the special event application was provided to the Executive Director of the Utility District for him to complete.
We don't have another meeting of the board, and are we going to be voting on that to approve moving it forward outside of the timelines that set in the special events policy?
May I?
Yes, go
Madam
ahead.
Chair? Thank you for the question. That particular special event is not going to require any types of services that the city would have to provide. We're working along with Haskell, CDM Smith, and they're going to absorb any of the costs that are involved.
So then why did they submit a special events application?
It's because of the type of event that will be taking place, not because of the monies.
Okay. To that same point, if there's a special event that doesn't meet the timeline, there's certain requests and guidelines that are being followed. That's the ambiguity in the policy. That's my concerns with the policy, because as a board, we're talking about the money. We've already allocated $500,000. So that'll be my follow-up question, is to see where the budget is currently. But in regards to the policies, I want to clear up any ambiguity with this policy, make sure it's clear and concise. So you're saying that because Haskell is paying for all of the cost for the special event we're hosting as a city for our water plant, that we don't have to vote on the board, we don't have to bring it before the dais, and that we can proceed with the discretion of our staff?
Madam Chair, may I?
Yes, go ahead.
Thank you. Mayor, thank you for your question. The difference is that this is a city-hosted event.
Yes,
So
ma'am.
this is coming from city funds, opposed to city-sponsored events where they're requesting funds. So we want to present that item to you for review and approval. So the difference is we have 3 different types of events in the current policy: private event, city-sponsored, and city-hosted. So the private event, well, that's enough if you want more information. I don't wanna say too much.
So this is a city-hosted event?
This is a city-hosted event. This is produced by the City of Riviera Beach, yes. And then we can also always get sponsors. It's the other way around, where the applicant is asking us for funds. So that's why we have to submit the application.
So in regards to city-hosted events, we can put an application at any time, and we can host it within a short period of time. So if I decide as a city sponsor that I want to host an event on Saturday, I can submit an application to you, and it will be approved for Saturday's event.
I don't approve that. That goes before Mr. Evans and Ms. Jacobs. But based on the circumstances and the fact that the council voted on the groundbreaking, and it's such an important event, I know that we wanted to go ahead and
Who
get
made that
scheduled.
determination, Madam, Ms. Franks?
What was,
Chair?
Madam
Did
Chair,
that
ma'am?
determination.
Hold a second. Go ahead.
What
Yeah,
was the question?
who made that determination that this was such an important event that we could bypass the policy and move forward with this special event?
May I?
Yes, go ahead.
May I, Ms. Leonard? Mayor Lawson, The event that will be taking place, the groundbreaking event, it is a unique event and it is a city hosted event. So it's not like it's an event that an entity from the outside would be coming in, wherein we would have to be in a position to take on extraordinary activities in order to make sure that they comply with certain services. It's a relatively low-key event that we'll be hosting along with Haskell CDM Smith, and it doesn't require an extensive amount of energy or activities for us to put on.
So you're saying it's an entity from the outside will not be coming in?
You know, I was comparing the city itself to an entity that would be an external entity as opposed to one, as opposed to us or Haskell CDM Smith,
So
which
Haskell
is an
CDM Smith-
agency that we've been working with
Mhm.
since 2023 in order to effectuate the design and construction of the water treatment plant. So
Haskell
it's
CDM
I'm
Mhm.
sorry. it's-
Haskell CDM Smith is an outside entity that's coming in to do this event. So I
but-
do understand we've been working with them for 3 years, but this is my concerns with the ambiguity in this policy, and I need clarity in regards to how do we proceed. We also budgeted $500,000. To date, how much money have we spent from that budget for the special events?
And while she's looking for that, Madam Chair, I have a quick question for the city manager. Mr. Evans, we asked you back in August to start having monthly events. We're in February, March, going into March, and we haven't had not one. Why is that?
Madam Chair, if I may.
Yes, go ahead.
We had conversations internally with staff and we're looking to spin up a series of events and activities. So we will be doing that.
Mr. Evans, you're not giving me a timeline. You didn't answer my question about why it's been 6 months and you haven't done one. You didn't answer that question.
Madam Chair, if I may,
Yes, go ahead.
I would have to get with staff and I can provide you a response in writing.
Mr. Evans, you're the city manager. You have to get with staff to tell me why we haven't had an event.
Madam Chair, if I may.
Go ahead.
If I may, as it relates to a monthly event or what have you, we've had internal conversations as staff as it relates to food truck rallies, different events, different activities, and the coordination effort. We haven't been able to execute on those, but we can look to, like I said, we've had internal conversations about moving forward with a series of events that will be hosted out of the special events department. So that's something that is forthcoming. So we haven't been able to move forward with those events for.
It's been a half a year. I think that's a derelict of duty, Mr. Evans. That's my opinion.
Okay, very good. So, are we clear, board, about our move forward? That they're gonna bring us back some examples? They're going to give us a policy where if we're doing sponsorship, at least we get our money back? And number three, what does that look like? Do we do it twice a year? Do we say one time a year, submit your applications and let us see? So give us all those scenarios of what that looks like. Because I think that if it's a city-sponsored event, of course, we're not expecting at a groundbreaking for anybody to pay to come to that. But we're having a program where we have artists or guests, of course, we should ask to be paid for that. I mean, we don't have any money. So we need to be very clear about how we move forward with sponsorships. And it truly has to be a sponsorship where we get and recoup some of these costs back. I think that's only fair. And, give us all those scenarios so that we can be able to make an informed decision about how we move forward. And do we do this twice a year? Do we do this once a year? What other cities are doing? Because it's going to be a hard sell to the public to give up $102 and we get nothing back. And they say, well, we're going to put an event in your city. Well, then you're going to charge for it. It's not like it's a nonprofit where they're not charging anything. So I think it's just business that we be able to recoup the cost that we put out. I'm sorry, go ahead.
Oh, and I was just going to say, when you give us the list of, options, just give us a good options that, you know, we have to choose from that we can add to or delete from so that, you know, we can move this forward. But I'm understanding city sponsor events like this, groundbreaking, the ribbon cuttings. Okay, that's something that we're doing for the city and it's something that's a part of, you know, our initiative. Now, I'm not understanding, Mayor, about you know, the difference or that you're not I mean, I'm not sure what your confusion was, the difference when they're asking for money and the quick turnaround. I understand that's something that's a groundbreaking. You can do that. You're going to plan it, and like you said, someone else is taking the cost. When you're talking about concerts that are asking for a certain amount of money and things of that nature, and I know we approved one for you, Mayor, maybe within a week's turnaround. So I'm about it needs to be clear and concise as well, but it also needs to be consistent. So, you know, if it's going to be a time frame, it's going to be a time frame for everyone. It doesn't matter who it is or who's bringing it before the board. So consistency also matters when it comes to these rules and policies, and not certain rules for certain people and certain events and certain things. So that's what I'm saying.
Yes, go ahead.
Now, the only thing with the groundbreaking, those type of activities that we're doing as a city, I don't see why, I don't understand why that it has to go through application process. That to me, I mean, if it's just a matter of organizing, you can have a checklist, you know, or something like that, but that's expected. That should just be a part of what we do because we know we have new buildings coming online. We do a groundbreaking. What kind of, I mean, what are we approving? I think it's a part of the approval process when we say we want to have this happen. You know, if we're going to build it, it's expected we're going to have a groundbreaking at some point. So if it's just, I mean, if there's monies that we're having to expend because of it, that should just be a part of the process. I don't think that's this, I don't think that should be the same as someone wanting to have a concert and they're outside agency and they're wanting to put in an application. Or maybe we should have two separate type of applications. One, if the council, individual council people are wanting to do an event, that's one process. I don't think groundbreaking should be a process like we would do for that or for a group that's coming to us asking for money. So maybe there's different levels, you know, of application processes that we need to follow, but I don't understand that about the groundbreaking
Madam
stuff.
Chair, may I?
Yes, go ahead.
Yes, thank you, Councilperson Miller Anderson. You are exactly, you're correct. There are different levels. So not every event will be high impact. So this is considered a special event, but it won't require as much in-kind services. Because we're going on city property, this is a groundbreaking ceremony. This is community. The director, the executive director completes the application. That provides the special events committee information to see if it's a high impact, low impact. Based on that, that's how we know how to permit it. But we do have to have some procedure because we're dealing with community, we're dealing with liability. We want to make sure that our fire department, our police department, our Parks and Rec, everyone eyes has been on this application. And if anything happens, we've done our due diligence. So it's more of a checks and balance process as well.
Madam Chair. Right, so what you're saying basically is like a checklist, not necessarily an application
Correct.
process, because that means it has to be approved or denied. I mean, obviously, if we're going to be doing a groundbreaking, it's gonna cause someone to get killed. I mean, we won't, we wanna make sure it's been processed and everybody's eyes been on it. So in my mind, that would be more or less of a checklist, not of an approval, because if you had an outside group coming asking for $50,000, I mean, that would require an approval because we're not just going to hand them over the 50,000. You all just won't be the only ones to approve it. So I just think I don't want to say it's just being a little technical in terms of whether it's a checklist or an application, but I don't know where I could be wrong, but it just sounded like the mayor was basically trying to say it was not followed as if a group was coming asking for money. when you put in the application for the groundbreaking the other day. So I'm just thinking they should be, is it in the policy that there are different levels and how that is to work out? So what do we, if, is there, what is our concern? What do we done?
Just for, Madam Chair, may I? For
go ahead.
clarification, are you saying as far as approval before the board or or
What do
just
you
the
mean?
application internally? So with the application, forgot a question. Oh,
So listen, before.
Yeah, I mean, it's 10 o'clock, yeah.
We've got to.
We're not gonna get anywhere.
You understand what we are asking for,
yes,
right?
I do, Madam
Yeah,
Chair.
and
I do want
also too, I like to know why we would need an application for our own groundbreaking. That's another story.
But that was my point.
remember,
You don't have to explain, dear.
I'm sorry,
Okay,
but
go
I
ahead.
just wanted to add something as well. It's important to point out that the Special Events Committee has been working to revise the policies. So we've had meetings and different conversations. So we have revised the policy. We work closely with the police department as well, along with fire and police and Parks and Rec. So the latest policy was presented, I think, September 29, 2025. So I think what the committee really needs is some form of workshop, a conversation where we could really get you guys involved in the process, because we've gathered a lot of the information from the surrounding municipalities. But I really think, as the special events manager, that this has been about 4 months now, and now if we do feel like if we could have a conversation or schedule a workshop, that would be more beneficial. And that's just my recommendation, because I'm internally involved. And also, just speaking, how do special events proceed? Do we need a moratorium? Because I'm constantly getting incoming special events. So should there be a moratorium on these special events requests? How do I respond to this request? Because they're coming in by the load. So, and that I'll need direction on.
Madam Chair, point of order.
Just.
Well, we're getting close to 10 o'clock, and I have a very pressing item that's on the agenda that's time sensitive and cannot be
Yes, we
delayed
can
to the
always
next
extend
meeting.
the meeting.
So can we
We can
extend the
always
meeting?
extend the meeting, yes. A motion to extend the meeting to,
So moved.
Madam Clerk?
You get no second.
Oh. Okay, sorry.
I'll second it. I'll second it.
All right, very good. Madam Clerk?
Councilperson Davis Panier? Yes. Councilperson Guyton?
Yes.
Chair Pro Tem Miller Anderson?
No.
Councilperson Dr. Spiritus?
Yes.
Chairperson Lanier?
No.
The item passes with Chair
All
Pro
right.
Tem Miller Anderson and Chairperson Lanier dissenting.
Are clear about what we got going on with special events, right?
Madam Chair?
Sure.
Hold on one second, Mayor, please. What's all this huffing and puffing down here?
Bruce?
So, special events, are you clear about where we're trying to go with this?
Madam Chair.
Yes, go
If I
ahead.
may, and we won't prolong this. I know Dr. Spiritus has an item that he needs to bring before you, but the special events manager, lady, and myself, we really do. I know the word consistency was brought up a lot in terms of the discussions that you're having. That is what we're looking for. We want to be in a position to be able to honor whatever it is your desires and wishes are. It would help us a whole lot if we would have the workshop. I think it's scheduled for March the 11th, because we are put in different types of situations whenever events are brought before us. And it just creates a bit of anxiety and just turmoil when the processes that we already have in place are not followed. So we're looking forward to March the 11th, the workshop that'll take place, so that we can share our concerns and what we found with you, and we can get your feedback to make the program work the way that it should. Overall, Aledia works really hard to put the processes and procedures in place, and we have respect for it, and you'll find out through the workshop as to why we're so interested in making sure that things are in order and consistent, because at the end of the day, it really will protect the city in so many different ways.
Madam Chair?
Yes, go ahead, sir.
Okay, so, Eladia and Deidre, I really do appreciate everything you do. I know how hard it is. It's very, very difficult when you're dealing with all the different people that are involved in special events. I'm glad that you're holding a workshop. I think that's great, so the community can have some input and the city council, and we can think this out. I just think that we have to really do a better job when we do our budget. You know, when we approve $500,000, we shouldn't just say $500,000 goes into a pot. We should try and decide how we want to divvy up that money, what events we want to spend that money on, whether it be the display, whether it be food trucks, whether it be council sponsoring different events, each getting a certain amount of money to sponsor certain events. But I think that should be done during the budget process as well. So hopefully you'll take that into consideration. But I do appreciate everything you're doing, and I know how hard this is, but thank you.
Okay, we're
Yes, thank you so much, staff.
Madam Chair,
Miss,
Madam Chair,
I'm coming in, you did, hold on one second.
I think we keep forgetting that I asked a
I
question that
haven't
wasn't addressed.
forgot you. I
Thank you,
forgot
Madam Chair.
I just wanted to say thank you to Ms. Jacobs and Miss Lady Franks, because this is a hard decision. These are hard decisions to make when people come and say they want to get money from the city. You don't know, whether you should or you shouldn't. So having something having something in place will definitely help you guys out to be able to move further. But we really appreciate all the hard work that you do and put in for the city.
Madam
Mayor?
Chair, I'm gonna rescind my vote for extending this meeting.
Okay, Mayor, he
Thank you, Madam
rescinded
Chair.
his vote. That means that we got to go right now.
But we need to put a time limit on it, 15 minutes.
We said to the end of the agenda, you're gonna have to remain
Done. I'm telling y'all, so y'all can finish up.
15 minutes.
Yeah, for me.
Well, he can leave.
Or
He can
for
leave.
the
All
same
right, very
thing.
good. Mayor?
Thank you, Madam Chair. It's just back to the question of what we expend from our special events budget. Do we have a number as of yet?
Well, if I may, we've done, I'm sorry, Madam Chair, may I?
Yes, go ahead.
Yes. Since October, Mayor, we have hosted at least one event a month. Starting in October, we had our Halloween Fright Night. Then we had our Veterans, it was a small event, a different scale, Veterans Day celebration. Then after that, we had our Taco Tuesday in celebration to Hispanic Heritage Month. Due to the holidays, we had the holiday lighting festivities for our community and all the beautiful things during the holidays. And then we had our MLK parade in January. And so now we're in February, where we are presenting a Black History celebration. And we have the old school gang. So we're working on to bring that by the end of the month. So, and then we will then commence hopefully with our jazz events, 6 of them, every third Friday of the month, similar to the Jazz After Dark concept, from March until August. And then that'll be the summertime. We're also hosting some movie nights and some skate in the park. So we're doing a variety of things, and we're working on that calendar structure internally as well.
Thank you. And in the report that you're sending over to the board, if you can just give us an update on what we've
I will.
expended,
Yes.
so we can have a clear direction. Dr. Spiritus mentioned that we need to, at budget cycle, allocate where we want the funds to go so we can kind of clearly articulate them and possibly have our signature event. So the workshop will be good. So thank you for putting that together. I just want to know what we've spent so far and then what's our plan and vision. And as I told you in our agenda review, we just need to give clear direction from the board. And I think based upon some of the ambiguity, even some of my counsel was concerned and questioned, why do we have applications for certain things? That was the intent of my question. Not talking about the event that was hosted for Jamaican Relief. It was to actually talk about what do we need applications for and what does the policy need to look like. So we just need to make sure it's clear for you. But that was the only concerns that I had. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, sir. With that being said, let us go to our next item.
Madam Chair, we are on item 12B, Singer Island Beach Polo. We do have one public comment card on this item.
Mr. Evans? Oh, I'm sorry, that's Mr. Spirit, I'm sorry, Dr. Spirit.
Madam Chair?
Yes, go
ju-
ahead.
Just to go back, not-for-profits make money also on these events. Just because you're a not-for-profit doesn't mean that you're not making money. But I just want to get to the Singer Island polo event. We do this every year on Singer Island. It's the only event that we do every year. It brings people into the community, into our hotels. It brings people to the restaurants. We provide ponies for all the children in the community and all of Riviera Beach to come and sit on a pony and ride on a pony. They get to touch the horses. It's a great event. We look forward to it every year. We're asking for the city to cover up to $6,000 in policing for this event. The rest will be covered by the event itself, the rest of the cost.
I'm sorry. I'm sorry, I didn't hear the amount.
6,000.
Oh.
Madam Chair,
Yes, go ahead.
so has this been, has an application been submitted through special events?
Yes.
So, I mean, why wasn't it just, I'm lost. Why was it just added to the agenda instead of being placed on the agenda
Madam Chair, if I
through
may.
the special events people?
This is one of the events that was pulled off of the agenda. This item was slated to come before you all, but this item was removed for the broader discussion. But there was an item that was queued up to come before you requesting for sponsorship.
So when did they submit the application? Some time ago?
Madam Chairman? The application was submitted in August, and the event organizer, I think, changed the date at least twice. And there was no sponsorship request form submitted in order to trigger it coming before the board. So it was first presented as a private event, and it has changed, and they're requesting in-kind services from the city.
Right, Madam Chair?
Private event?
Hold on, let her finish.
Yes, ma'am.
And now it's what, is it public now? Or it's still
Yes,
private?
city sponsored, they're requesting in-kind services. It's called city sponsored, yes. They're requesting now it to be a city sponsored event.
So, I don't understand the private. What's private?
Private event is when a event organizer or applicant handles the entire event with no assistance from the city.
Okay.
Whereas the applicant now is requesting services from the city. Police services, and I think fencing.
Okay. So that's a, event through Dr. Spiritus? Where you gonna land on that?
Yes, Madam Chair. I am co-sponsoring this event.
Okay. So what do you need us for?
Lease up to $6,000. We, out of that $500,000, we've asked for nothing so far. We've approved many projects that were for many council members and other organizations. This is the one event we hold every year. We're asking for up to $6,000 in the policing.
Madam Chair?
Yes, go ahead.
Who is we, Mr. Spiritus?
We're doing this with Singer Island Polo. And
You're on the board of this event?
I'm not on their board. I'm co-sponsoring the event with them.
Okay.
As I did last year, but last year we didn't use the money. I used it out of my own funding. But since we have budgeted $500,000, we were asking for $6,000 out of that $500,000.
I'm sure we don't have 500,000 still
Well,
left,
we
right?
budgeted $500,000.
So we have a request, and Dr. Spiritus, that is why I took all the requests off of the agenda, because if we allow you to present yours, then the mayor has some, then another council person has some, they should be heard as well. But I pulled them because I wanted to give the board the opportunity not to be blindsided by a ask. And you can put it as a motion, sir, and you can see where it lands.
Madam Chair?
Yes, go ahead.
When is the event?
Went to Saturday.
It's Saturday.
Yeah, that's tight. Dr. Spiritus, you gonna put a motion on the floor?
One
I'd like to make a
Madam
motion.
Chair. One more, I'm sorry. Because we don't have any backup, what is the question? How much did we give last year, you said?
I gave out of my account $5,000.
Okay, so when was the last time we provided a sponsorship to this organization? Anybody know?
I wasn't.
I think 2019 is, or last year, if it was Dr. Spiritus, was
This
it?
year, but I
Oh, no.
believe you also received funding the year before.
No, I'm talking
Or the year
sit from the
No,
city,
it was a,
not
it was
individual
a
council.
private event, so she didn't get any services the year
No, I
before.
believe my predecessor co-sponsored that. I believe there was city funding that went into that.
Different year,
I don't think that there was, but go ahead.
I mean, I have a little hesitation because I know we had some sort of controversy, some issues that happened, and I just want to make sure that that is cleared up before, so we don't have that same issue. So for me, I'm not going to be able to support that tonight because one, I need some documentation, as my councilman to the right says. But knowing that we had some issues before, I want to make sure we don't have that again.
Madam Chair?
Uh,
Madam Chair?
Yes, hold on a second.
Doc, would you
We
please
held
just
this
put the
event,
motion on the
we
floor?
held this event last
Okay,
year
all
and
right,
we had no issues.
Okay. Doc, put the motion on the floor. You're
I'd
going
like
back.
to make a motion that the city fund up to $6,000 for policing for the Singer Island Polo event, which we hold every single year.
Second.
There's a second, a
Yes.
motion and a second. Madam Clerk.
Councilperson Davis Pandier.
Madam Chair, you have to take comments if you
I
put a
I
motion on the
apologize.
floor.
We did
That's
have
right,
one public comment
I'm
card.
sorry.
Sylvia Sharps.
That's right, I'm sorry.
Good night, evening. Sylvia Sharps, Royal Palm Beach. I am standing here because I am a part of the Singer Island Beach Polo. I'm here for Jill because she had to have a pet test. So if I can answer any questions, that's why I put in a comment card.
Thank you. Madam Clerk?
Madam
No question.
Chair, really quickly, if we can also just amend the motion to make sure that they provide us all the appropriate insurance information
Right.
and documentation necessary to facilitate said event.
Right, I'll amend the motion to include that.
My second remains.
Let her know. Okay, no, she said she just wants to answer questions. Yeah, like, you're right. You have 3 minutes, but, you stopped, but that's.
I
part of
stopped
it.
because I'm standing here in case you have any questions for Jill.
No, sir, no, ma'am.
Thank you.
Okay. Go ahead, Madam Clerk.
Councilperson Davis Pandier. Councilperson Guyton.
Yes.
Chair Pro Tem Miller Anderson.
No.
Councilperson Dr. Spiritus.
Yes.
Chairperson Lanier.
No.
The item passes with Chair Pro Tem Miller Anderson and Chairperson Lanier dissenting.
See, I wanna know why the mayor can put his on here, if that's the case, but anyway, I digress. Next item.
You took them all.
Madam Chair, the next item is item 12C, Mayor's Report.
Madam Chair,
Yes.
I'm not dealing with that tonight, but at the next meeting, it's gonna be put up on the agenda and not at the bottom. Okay?
Very good.
So,
Very good, sir.
I got 3 minutes before I walk out.
Are there any comments from the board?
Just check my Facebook page. I am having a Black History reception on Friday from 6 to 8, and everybody is invited. Black, white, red, brown, all of us.
Thank you.
Yes, wait, let me just say this. We've got, up here on this board, we gel well. I don't want people to think when we disagree on something or I'm passionate about something, that we got some beef. We
Oh,
good
yeah.
up here.
We do
Okay.
very well together. I
Yeah.
think this is a very good board. We
Yeah,
do very well.
so don't think if we're on different sides of the issue that we
No,
don't
we're
like each
not.
other.
Madam Attorney has one announcement, and then we're going to adjourn. Go ahead.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just have an announcement of a closed executive session pursuant to Florida Statute 286.0118D, Public Meetings and Records, and a desire to obtain advice concerning labor negotiations. I'm requesting a time that the council can be available for a closed session in the matter of the PBA labor negotiations. We would like to have this closed session on Wednesday, February 25th, 2026 at 5 p.m. At the Marina Event Center, 190 East 13th Street, Revere Beach, Florida, 33404. Those persons in attendance will be myself, City Attorney Don Nguyen, and/or Assistant City Attorney Corey Smith, Special Counsel Brett Schneider of Weiss, Serota, Heffernan, Cole, and Berman, Mayor Douglas Lawson, members of the City Council, City Manager Jonathan Evans, Assistant City Manager Deirdre Jacobs, and/or Assistant City Manager Kevin Coppin. The union negotiating team members, Chief of Police Michael Coleman, Human Resources Director Tennille DeCoste, Finance Director Randy Sherman, and/or Assistant Finance Director Nydia Reynolds. This closed session will be restricted to Police Benevolent Association discussions. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. This meeting is adjourned.